Good evening, members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How's everybody doing tonight? I'm your host, Abe Cias. We have Spiritual Encrypted Encounters open mic night. Let's talk about it. For those tuning in on Restream, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and for those who follow my several TikToks under Abe Cias 895, how's everybody this evening? I hope everybody's doing great. Again, starting a little bit early. I was going to start around 10 o'clock, but here we are almost at 10:30. Let me share out this link to the group chat. Share to real quick. Go. Here we are, all shared out, brothers and sisters. What do we got here? How you doing, Linda Webb? Hope you are doing good tonight. Yeah, I'm feeling okay, brothers and sisters. Just hanging in there. How you doing, Primo Jesse? How you doing, cousin? How you doing, Andres Carizales? Sister, we got Sister Linda Webb. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna drop the link right off the bat, uh, and just see how everybody's doing. Whoever wants to jump on, there you go. We got Brother Scott Baker in the house. Today's open mic night. Um, uh, if anybody wants to jump on and share a story or something that they're going through, I know I'm going through a lot of things right now. Searching for a home and this meds that they're trying to give me. Try not to take too many medications, but as you get older, that's what they try to do. They try to feed you all kinds of medications, and in which you have to be careful, right? They say they're doing it for you to be better, but then it might, it's one of those things. It's a gamble because medicines have side effects, So I'm being very cautious. I've been stalling for a very long time already with the VA because if not, they would have had me probably like around 30 pills by now. So, I'm just taking it easy. I'm not trying to put too much stuff in my system. Let's see what we got here. That's good that y'all doing great, brothers and sisters. Hey, me, I'm just trying to hang in there. It's open mic night. It's one of those things that you got to be careful when they give you medicines. You really have to pay attention to the side effects. I remember one time they gave me this pill. They said it was for high cholesterol, right? To take it at nighttime. So when I was waking up in the morning, I was waking up with blood in my goatee. I can get up in the middle of the night. There was blood in my mouth, and I was like, "Man, where this coming from?" I know I'm on the warfarin, but I've never had this problem. It was a medicine they had given me. It had something in it that was make me bleed out, so I automatically stopped taking the pill. I didn't. wait for the doctor to tell me, hey, give some time. No, I stopped taking it immediately. Once I stopped taking it immediately, all the things that were happening to me stopped. So you have to be very careful. You know what you take. What are the side effects? If you take something and it gives you some bad side effects, kind of like what was happening to me, stop taking it. It's not good. Imagine that trying to make me bleed out while I'm asleep. I wake up and I feel like saliva, and I go spit it out, and it'll be nothing but blood. But they're trying to make me into a Nosferatu. I'm just playing. Yeah, everything has side effects. So now they give me this other pill, kind of like the cholesterol pill. I think I'm on my third day taking it, and I'm keeping an eye on it. If I start seeing any side effects of any kind of blood, I'm going to stop taking it. It's open mic night tonight, brothers and sisters. Open mic night, where the audience or the members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters can jump on and share a story or whatever they want to share, you know. But imagine that, brothers and sisters. I'm asleep, I wake up, go to the restroom, and I feel something in my mouth, you know. They're like, man, that's a lot of saliva. And I go spit it out, and it's nothing but blood. And it was happening at a daily basis while I was on those medications. I'm just glad that I was able to stop taking them. That I said, you know what, it's this that's causing it. I always keep an eye on the side effects of each medication that I take, and if it's a bad side effect, I'll stop taking it. And this one, what I noticed, um, it might be causing like a little bit of blurred vision when I take it, but it's not doing it right now. But we'll see, you know. Sister Linda Webb, I will have to look into my pills. I think I got rid of the bottle, threw them in I flushed them down the toilet when that happened. Just flushed it. You know, how the doctors are not going to know what effect, what side effects is going to give you, or if the medicine doesn't coexist with another medicine that you're already taking. I mean, they should know, right? But they give you something that's going to affect you because they're mixing it up with a medicine they're not supposed to mix it up. So that's where the issue happens a lot with medications. You have to be careful what you're taking or what they're giving you. Be careful of the side effects because some of the side effects are very dangerous. So I'm on this other cholesterol pill that they gave me. I've been feeling okay. As you noticed, for about a week or probably 2 to 3 weeks, almost a month, where I'm doing the lives at nighttime, and I was getting real, not sleepy, but I was just feeling well. It's kind of like groggy or dizzy, and I'm thinking to myself, well, maybe I'm just sleepy. But sometimes, you know, if because I wasn't taking no cholesterol pills or anything like that at nighttime, but I started taking them. I've been feeling pretty good, but that's why one of the reasons I kind of backed down on doing the lives at nighttime because I was something was affecting me, you know, in that nature that I had to pull back. That's why I started the live early tonight, just in case I started getting drowsy or no, I'll say more like drowsiness. It's not really that I'm sleepy because I'm wide awake. I slept during the day. It's just it happens that way. But I just have to be careful. It's Count Cias. Count Cias, man. It's probably who caused it right there, cousin Jesse Count Cias. I do have where is it at? This neck right here. I got two marks right there. where the fingers are pressed. I have uh, two marks right there behind my ear. Two marks, two two marks where I can share the story with y'all. And since, but let me drop a link first. Another link. I'll type it right here if it allows me. There we go, and I'll pin it up on top. There you go. Yeah, just got to be careful of the side effects. How you doing, brother Lawrence Shadow Wolf? How you doing? So behind this ear, I got two marks right here. There's two marks here behind my ear that I didn't have. Uh, how you doing? How you doing, Amber? So this the two marks that I got there. It was I was in Elms Grove in Killeen, Texas, uh, and I had gone to the store and bought some groceries at a Family Dollar, and I was walking with the groceries. I came off the bridge into a ditch, and I started walking the back way, which is the trail of Elms Grove. As I was walking with my grocery bags in my hand, I don't remember nothing. The only thing I remember is I got woken up by a young man. Uh, he was in eighth grade, I believe, or maybe it's sixth grade at that time, sixth grade. And he was coming from school, and he was cutting through the woods to get home, and he found me laid out on the ground, with his my groceries all over the place, and he grabbed my stuff. He grabbed the groceries, put them in his backpack. Mind you, I was at that time frame like around, and I'll say like around 36, 37. He would call me Mr. Abe. Uh, he picked me up. I got up and I was like all out of it. I didn't know what happened to me, and I was slurring, and it's like I took a step, and he said, "Come on, let me help you." And as I took a step, I fell down again. Then I got up and took another step and fell down again, and I kept on uh, falling down. I had no energy, and I kept on getting up, and finally, after about 30, 40 minutes, I finally made it home. I was all out of it in a daze, and you know, it took me a shower because I don't remember what happened. But when I was taking a shower, I felt something here, the back of my ear, and I have two marks there in the back of my ear that they haven't gone away. These marks have been here for a very long time. When we talk about vampires and Nosferatu, I mean, I have two marks behind my ear, like something hit me with some fangs right up in here behind the ears. What hit me? I mean, there is some snakes in the location, Something might have bit me. I don't know. While I was laid out on the ground. Well, the only thing I know is I got two scars there behind my ear, right behind the ear. I got two marks, and but that day they were fresh, and there were like two holes there where something got me behind the ear. And till this day, I never found out what happened to me. I don't know what happened to me till this day. I lost the track of time. I do not know how long I was passed out in those woods. The only thing is that the boy helped me. He's on my friends list. Um, he helped me get out of that situation. Helped me get to, I guess, to my house to safety. I did go to the VA following day to see if I had a heart attack or stroke or something of that nature. They did all kinds of tests. They couldn't find nothing. So to this day, I don't know what happened to me in those woods. The only thing is, I was helped to get out of the woods. Yeah, maybe one day I'll take the picture of the marks behind my ear. Let me see if I can take them right now. Shoot, why not? If this allows me to take them, let me see. Oh, that goes forward. Ah, I think I'm gonna cover one of them. I don't know if you can see it that well. I might have to do it during the day because the light is kind of bright. I can send a picture to see what we can see here, but the marks are still there. They never go away. Sometimes they act up. Let me see if I can place the mark. You see something here? Trying to see the points where it's at. All right, here we go. Let me share let me share with y'all what I'm talking about. There it is. The marks. I wish I could catch it different, but it's one is here and the other one is here. They're like right behind one right here and one right here. And those marks I never had. I don't know where that came from. It happened that day. I mean, something got me behind the ear. I mean, I don't know, spiders, but yeah, I had like two like puncture wounds there, right behind the ear. That's why I got where it got me. Here, let me see. here, and the other one is around right here. Here and here is the marks that I had. Or something got me behind the ear. Got a mark here, and the other one's back here. And that happened in Elms Grove Estates. Yeah, I've had some crazy dreams about that, brother Scott Baker. You know, there's a link if you want to jump on. I had a dream something about that, something with something in my nostril shoved up in here. There's a link. Anybody wants to share or jump on, share a story. Yeah, that's a mark I had after I woke up from being unconscious. That I don't even know what the hell happened to me. I just woke up in the where I guess I was walking and I passed out. I woke up there. Like I said, till this day, I do not know what exactly happened to me. There's cousin Jesse right there. How you doing, cousin Jesse?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
That's definitely a pressure point, man. I've
Something
knocked,
got me there, man.
I've knocked people out by pressing that.
Then whatever got me, man, left two holes there.
Yeah, I use a finger, but you can dig your fingers into it. I just use a finger across.
No, but I'm talking about there was like holes, like
Yeah, you can dig your fingers into it, but something got you in a pressure point. That's why you passed out. That whole side of the body goes numb.
what do you think could cause something like that? That to leave something that will leave like two holes there.
It could have been a DDN. It could have been a spider. You never know.
But I wasn't. Maybe, yeah, man. Spider could have jumped on me. Maybe I don't know. But yeah, I got him here,
Yep.
right behind the ear. And you know what? Those scars are still there, primo.
Yeah, I know.
They never healed. They get aggravated sometimes. You know.
Does your whole body, when it gets aggravated, does your whole body feel numb?
No, just the area where that happened. It feels agitated.
Oh wow, sorry about that, Scott.
Sorry about that, Scott. Well, you know you could always use your audio, like cousin Jesse is doing right now. Yeah, so those marks have been there, man. Shit, I was like that kid, man. He would cut my grass and everything. I would pay him because I was always feeling. It was a medicine I was on the Delanton and gabapentin that had me on that will make me feel dizzy. So I figured that it was a medicine that made me pass out.
No, that's a pressure point.
But
Yeah,
when I had those marks here,
yeah, that's a pressure point. Right behind
you
the ear.
know, I mean, whatever it was that got me there, man, had to be tactfully.
It's funny, man, because I put it on this guy. and his whole fucking side started pounding like his heart, and he passed out.
Sister Linda Webb said could have been a spider bite, caused loss of consciousness. I don't know if it can cause. I mean, it can probably cause you to be dizzy and stuff like that. But I would have felt the spider bite. It was a spider bite. You know, I didn't feel nothing. I just blacked out. I don't remember.
Is that Scott?
How you doing, brother Scott? Long time no here, brother. Tell him how to do it if his so he can get his speaker to work, cousin Jesse.
Hey man, you just gotta turn off your camera and turn on your voice recorder, your mic, and that's it. 'Cause we can't hear you. Hey Linda, if you got stories, it is open mic night. Jump on there
Yes,
and share.
Linda Webb or whoever wants to jump on. It's open mic night. Just click onto the link that I placed and share
If
away.
you, if you
You know,
want to use your camera, you get the choice. If you want to
just speaker.
not use your camera, just do the mic, and that's it.
Yeah.
Hello, Scott. Still can't hear you, buddy.
Yeah, I'm thinking that he. Let me see if he. Yeah, I don't think his mic is working. Your mic is not working, brother Scott.
Yeah, I had never done one either. But I did a couple of co-hosts live, and that broke me. Then we all got to start from somewhere. It's perfect if you join, Amber. Just jump on. Like I said, you can use the camera or you can use your mic.
You can jump on. Here's a link right here. He's telling you how do you do it, cousin.
You go to you go to the live stream that he pointed to the link, and then you join as a guest. You can use your camera, or you can not use your camera. You can just use your mic, like I'm doing.
Make sure the mic is on, right?
Yep.
And brother Scott, we cannot hear you if you're here. You might have to redo it again, brother Scott.
There you go on this. That's what I tell him, and that's what I tell him. It's okay if you're shy, Amber. First turns to the worst. After that, gets to be an experience. Believe me.
Yeah, man. That's one right there that I don't know what happened to me, man. There's Amber.
Hello.
Hello, how you
Hi.
doing, Amber?
Um, Hello. Can you
Hey,
hear me?
we
Yes.
can hear you just fine. Coming in loud and clear.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
um, hello.
You talk to your cousin? She can't hear me at all.
Hello.
I can't hear her.
Yeah, we can hear you. It's just you can't hear us. Let me drop another link. Let me drop another link. Let me do another link before you click on. Let me refresh it. It could be the link. All right. Okay, here's going to be a fresh link. Fresh link. There you go. Click on the link right there. Let's do this again. Could have been the link.
It could have been the link. There's the first link, Amber. Click on the link, and like I said, you don't have to use your camera. Make sure your mic is on. If you can't hear us, then you need a mic, which you need headphones.
Okay, here we go. Hello,
Okay,
hello.
let's try again. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you fine, coming in loud and clear.
Um, hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
we can hear you.
Hello.
You got a headset
Hello.
You got a headset? You're gonna need a headset.
or speak?
Can you guys hear me? I don't know.
Yes.
I mean, I can't hear you, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I don't know how to hear you guys. Um,
So then you're gonna have to talk for me because I don't have any way of showing her because of
hello.
I don't have a camera.
No. Okay. Hello.
Hi, Bonnie.
Mm,
How you doing, Amber? We can hear you, but you can hear us. The link works. What is he doing wrong, cousin?
He needs a headphones, man.
Oh, a
She
headset.
needs a mic. She needs a mic.
Oh, I see. Sister Amber, do you got a headset? Yeah.
I can't type, so I don't know.
Let me see. She needs a what? Need a headset or
A
speak a
headset.
mic?
Yeah, uh, a headset with a mic.
Yeah, that will work better once you connect it. You'll be able to hear us through the headset.
Yep,
And I mean, we can hear you right now, but we just can't. You can't hear us. Okay,
there
I'll
we
drop the
go.
link again.
It is open mic night, ladies and gentlemen. So sharing is caring. Jump on up.
We're at the we're getting older stage right now. I'm
Yeah,
get we're getting older and we're going on earlier just in case
man.
the sleep man, or what is he called?
He's called the devil, the Sandman.
Yeah, just in case the salmon comes and visits early.
Hey
Try
man,
trying to put me to sleep early at night. That's
I'll be
what's been happening to me.
I'll be 58 this year.
So I'm going to be 50 something. Man, is it 56, 57? No, I don't know. It's
Somewhere around
coming
there.
up February 2nd. right around the corner on Groundhog Day. It's probably why I've been feeling the way I have. You know how
Every
how they
every
say feeling your
year,
pain.
every year is like a new pain. Look at
Yeah.
me, man. For my 57th birthday, I got this stroke. But
Oh man.
I had my first therapy here in Renville today from 9:30 to like almost 12.
Oh, that's good, primo. Are they giving you cholesterol pills and stuff like that?
I got some cholesterol pills here, but
That's good.
my my blood sugar hasn't been like too out of control. Been like 90 to 100 to 111.
You have to bring it down to the 70s
70 is too low.
or 79, no?
Anywhere from 80 to like 125 is normal.
For blood pressure, I mean for
Blood sugar.
blood for the azúcar, man, I'm at 89 and they're trying to tell me yeah, I'm at 89.
Yeah, you're fine, man.
I don't know whether they're trying to give me this other pills or this
Yeah,
other or some kind of shot.
yeah. They'll try to give you insulin, but you don't need it, man. As long as you take the pills, you'll be fine. And like me, I drink tea made with cinnamon,
Yeah.
and that's keeping my sugar low.
Did that ever happen to your cousin that something happens to you that you don't remember what happened? Like that I'm walking down the from the store and boom, I don't remember nothing. I get woken up by a kid.
Hello,
He was a
Angel.
he was a
Hello,
teenager.
Cynthia. Well, when I was a teenager, man, I got knocked out by four kids, man. They uh they said they could knock me out. And I was a badass martial artist. I was 14. I said, if you don't, I'm gonna whoop your ass. And I said, okay. They pressed on my chest, and the last thing I remember, I was walking outside. When I woke up, I was crawling along the floor inside the building. They knocked me the fuck out. But uh, I managed to get up after they knocked me out, and they fucking took off running. Hello, Primo Ivy.
How you doing, Sister Ivy?
It is open mic night, ladies and gentlemen. Jump on up. See what I mean? Look what Bali says. You okay with those sugar numbers? Plus, medical field has released unrealistic new stats for weight. It's all part of the carbon footprint. Yes,
They asked me, yeah, I'll try the shot, but if I don't like it, I'm not taking it.
that's the thing, though, man. Once you take the shot, you can't stop.
No, hell no, I can't stop. They told me if the side effects are too bad to stop taking it.
Go ahead and try it, Cynthia.
Let's see if Sister Cynthia can jump on. You like
We had
Tonto? Jump
we
on
had
me.
we had a taker earlier, but we couldn't hear her. There's the link. You might want to try it. And my sugar like today were 120 something.
I don't know if mine were 89 or 98. Can't remember. But I was hearing about some kind of worm or bug in your pancreas
Yeah,
that feeds off of the
the
it
sugar.
feeds off the whatever your body creates.
The internet.
Yeah, it feeds off of that, and that's what's causing the diabetes for people to go out of whack. And in order for it to correct it, you have to eliminate that worm or bug in your system.
What's going on, Scott?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We can hear you now, brother.
Yeah, I just got this thing from Amazon, so I don't have a microphone, so I'm just going off the camera. So I plugged it in. I'm not really computer, my son is computer. He bought two of them, and he just gave me the box. So it's just plug and play kind of thing. So I'm kind of proud of myself.
Well, we can hear you real good.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think the feedback I used to have, I still have my hearing aids.
Hello, Brianna Bucks.
I think I had a fan going on too. And I think one time about the interference, I think Brenda was talking about some kind of interference. I had a fan into my one of my computer parts, and I think I was doing a kind of a distortion or something. So, anyways, yeah, it's good to be back.
Yeah, we've been trying to hang in there, brother.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy stuff going on. I heard the government may shut down February 1st,
Right before my birthday.
Yeah, I just had a birthday in January. So,
Well, happy belated birthday, brother.
yeah, I know.
Happy belated birthday.
I don't know. I don't really, it always brings up age, and people say, oh, you're old and all that. And, it's to me, it's like, you just want to keep thinking young,
I hear you. I hear you.
It's just kind of a stigma, they put on, age. But I do look at my parents, you start to compare like your age now and you look back on, your parents, like, their age and stuff and like, what did they do, and, you start to kind of like compare, where you're at, where they were at, what they did, they watched TV or they did this or that. And, it's kind of interesting, to go back in time and look at, your mother and father and, they worked, they came home and, the type of lifestyle they had, which is, somewhat different than ours now. We have computers and, I don't watch TV. I'm on the computer. So, it's back then they had 3 channels and then then cable came in 1980s. And so, now, I mean, you just look at the technology that we have. I mean, we can virtually, on the, right on the spot, we can hear like what's going on in the world globally, and everything,
Hello, Big Red.
so.
Hello.
How you doing, Sister Cynthia?
Hi, fine, thank you.
I
Hi,
see it.
Scott. Hi,
Let
Jesse.
you
What was that? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
know. I said, hello, Big Red. I see it let you on.
Yeah, it usually does, and then it throws me off right away. How was
Anyway,
everyone tonight?
well, we're doing good.
That's
Anyone, how
good.
you doing?
Trying to hang in there.
Yeah. What's
I
going
know
on with your sugar, Abe?
for about a month, it's like start dozing off here at nighttime that I had to go call it a night. I'm trying to hang in there, but I can't because I'm thinking I'm getting sleepy, but it might be something else. But they got me on this pill now, a cholesterol pill. I take at nighttime, so
Oh, those are
hopefully
no
that'll
good.
help. What's that?
Those are no good. They say that, you know, they're saying that a certain level is too high, but it's not really because your brain needs fat. And that's usually how you end up getting Alzheimer's or dementia is not enough
Oh,
fat in your on your brain. So I won't take any of those statins because they're horrible. Um and for my pain, like my fibromyalgia, it's a muscle pain. So it feels like you work out really, really hard that first day and then the next day, you know how you're sore? That's how my body feels like 24/7. They tried giving me gabapentin. And I'm like, I read about it a long time ago, and it was causing mental issues then, memory
oh yeah,
issues.
that's
And
the
I'm
thing.
like, nope.
Suicidal meds.
Yeah, I said,
I
no,
was on
I'm good
gabapentin for a lot of years.
on gabapentin. Not good.
I was on Phentoin and gabapentin for the
Oh,
for the epilepsy, and that was not good.
no,
That right there is suicidal medicines, and I wouldn't recommend it for anybody.
right. Then half the time it doesn't even work. So I'm like,
The only
nah,
thing it affects is here,
yeah, your brain.
and it's not good effects. It makes you hallucinate, hear things, and
Mm,
all kinds of stuff. You
that's
can't be
not
out in the
cool.
sun. Some of the meds, I think I know it's a Pantone or the GABA. You can be out in the sun. You got to stay indoors. You got to wear sunglasses.
Well,
Just
that
all
would not
kinds of
work here.
crazy side effects to that.
Yeah. What,
Uh,
the
Electric,
sleepiness.
Levetiracetam has worked better for me, so I would suggest that for anybody that's epileptic or on seizure medicines,
Oh,
to request for levetiracetam because then you don't have to take the gabapentin.
yeah, that's usually for like, they use that for nerve pain, the
Yeah,
gabapentin. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I've been without it for all these years. I can manage. Yeah, the sugars, when they're too high, it can cause sleepiness too.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think that's what was happening to me.
What's your sugar level?
This is low.
I don't poke my fingers. I
That's-
never check my fingers, even though I got the machine. I don't like poking my fingers
Yeah. Now they have
because
some where you can do your arm,
that's what
like,
I'm hoping that they'll give me so I can. But you know what? It's like I'm not trying to get on all that. I'm just trying to
mhm.
take what I need and whatever I don't need, I just won't take it. You know,
There's two good things that are work naturally, and that's cinnamon and um
honey.
no, honey's very high. It spikes your sugar. When I have low blood sugar, I have to eat honey. Um, God, what is that? Apple cider vinegar. That totally takes your blood sugar levels down. People don't know about it because they don't want us to talk about it because, there goes their money.
Yeah,
Cinnamon tea will help you as well. But if you're trying to leave sugar, I suggest it's called, gosh, I have brain fog sometimes. It's bad. Um, there's a sugar replacement and it's natural. Ah, monk fruit sweetener, but you
yeah.
have to get it without the filler. So,
And another thing they don't tell you is some of those pills like gabapentin,
mm,
some of the levetiracetam, that the little casing when it dissolves, it stays in your body because it don't dissolve. So sometimes you might be able to see the casing when you go handle business.
Yeah.
Oh,
So the casing will be floating in
oh
stool, and you're
wow.
like, "What is that?" Well, it's a casing where the medicine was in. So there's another problem right there by itself that it's a, I guess you could say, clogging people in the inside because the casings
Wow.
are staying in your body.
Yeah, that would not be good for me.
I don't know
Me
if you
either.
ever seen
Yeah.
those casings.
I used to get on Jesse all the time about his sugar levels and checking them. Ask him.
Now check them every day.
They have sensors that your insurance will pay for. And there's Libra Lifestyle 3. You just clean your arm with a little bit of alcohol. You have somebody put it on there. It's painless and it monitors your sugars. I had to do that because um they found out I have a tumor on my thyroid, on my parathyroid, and that's messing with my insulin. So I went from a perfect like 5 point, I think it was like 3 sugar. My A1C jumped up to an 11. And I was like, what's going on here? I was feeling weird. And that was last year.
Mm.
And I was freaking out because I've never had that. I never had any issues with my blood sugar levels.
Well,
So
my
now,
was like 17.
what happened?
Before I had the stroke, my A1C level was 17.
What?
That's
Yep.
way too low.
No,
That's way too
17 is
high.
high.
Oh, 17.
Yeah,
I thought you were talking about
A1C.
checking your sugar. I was going to say, my God, you're dead.
Yeah,
Oh, your A1.
you would have been in a
Okay.
coma. Brenda. Hi, Brenda.
I'm like, what the hell? Scared
How
the
you
hell
doing,
out of me.
Sister Edna? Edna
I
Wilson.
know.
Yeah, mine goes low, like it goes like down to like 50, and
Yeah.
you start sweating and you can't talk, and your legs get wobbly, you start getting shaky, and then you're like, you can't talk.
Well, I'm a lifetime, and I'm going to say lifetime diabetic
Oh, wow.
because they found out that I had it in my 20s, but they think I had it before then. So let me tell you guys a little bit of something.
Oh,
First of all,
wow.
Abe, I don't stick my fingers anymore because I have neuropathy in my fingers.
Ouch.
So my doctor did me a square, let me tell you, real big time. My doctor put me in as a medical necessity for those Libres that you put in your arm and you
Yes.
don't have to do anything.
Nope.
I have a machine that if my sugar gets too high, it alerts me. That's why every
Starts
time I'm
beeping.
up here, you guys will hear the beeping.
Yeah.
Or if it gets really, really low.
It beeps.
And I'll tell you what, I've woken up and my sugar's been 30 in the morning.
Oh my gosh.
And it's usually because I'll take my insulin late at night and I'll have a cup of coffee and I'll forget to eat and I'll go to bed. Now my sugar is extremely high right now. As a matter of fact, when I look at my machine, it just says hi. So I'm 400 or above right now. I have to,
Brenda.
because my machine will tell me what it is at 350.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
it's
Lord.
because
Mine says error.
I only ate once today, and I
Mine
took
says error.
my
Jesse.
and I took my insulin only one time today. That's a lot of my problem is I am such a heavy diabetic, and it doesn't matter what I eat. I can
Yeah.
change my food.
Yeah.
I fast, and my sugar goes up. So,
Yeah.
but I'm one of those that my sugar goes high and my sugar goes low. And
Right.
you need to keep an eye on your sugar. If you
Yes.
if you don't want to poke your finger, tell your doctor to get you that Libre.
Yes.
Mine, I change it from one arm to the other every 15 days. You put it in, you don't even have to worry about it. They give you a machine, a small little machine that comes with it, and you just make sure you take it with you. If not, when you leave the house, when you come back, it'll alert you that you were out of range,
Right.
because I forget mine all the time. But you have to do that. Because if you're getting tired for no reason, it's not the medication that they're
Yep.
giving you. It's your damn sugar at night. And
Yes.
and if your sugar's doing that, you could be starting to become a real bad diabetic. Now I know you're going to tell me that it's okay, you're going to let Jesus Christ take care of it. Honey, God don't help those that don't help themselves. Sometimes you have to do a few extra things
Hmm.
to get that going. And I'm really worried because I have lost since December to now, I have lost 4 people in my life due to diabetes, and they never had it before. And they
Yeah.
just started getting it.
I don't know what's going on.
Diabetes is, they say cancer kills a lot of people. Diabetes is one of the highest rate of deaths.
Yes, it
It's the
is.
highest.
It
And
It
can
is
give
because
you
people they don't really know. Like they're
yes,
not educated on it. Like you
yes,
have to dive deep in there, Abe, and read about it and realize all the side effects that it could give you.
yeah.
Like you don't want to leave your wife and your son because you don't want to do that. You
But
know,
the
you don't want to
reason,
take insulin if you have to. Like I had
I'm
to, they had to put me.
well, the
they're gonna
reason
get me on Ozempic.
they're going to put
Ozempic.
Okay,
you on Ozempic,
that's
Yeah.
good.
okay, that'll be good. Just do me a favor. When you're taking it, if you get a really, really bad pain, the right side of your upper stomach, get to the ER right away,
Yeah.
because Ozempic attacked my pancreas, and I had pancreatitis real bad, and I
Yeah,
Oh
was in the
hell no.
there's
hospital
other
for a
ones.
while. But
There's
No,
there's a
other
lot
ones
of people.
too.
But no, I can't have any of those,
Oh
because
wow.
the one
they were
thing
saying,
that's in the
yeah.
Ozempic is in all of them, and that is what I can't have.
Oh hell no, I'm not taking
But
that shit,
no,
man.
now hang on, Ed. There's a lot of people that can take that. You're looking at a woman that can't take pain medication because I'm allergic to every damn thing that walks the earth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
That's why.
allergic to anesthesia. When
Oh
they put
what?
me under, they have to madly watch me to make sure that my heart don't stop. I
Wow.
am just one of those people. But
Yeah.
Ozempic, I have seen it do very good things for people.
Oh yeah.
It'll also do your workouts because it'll get your weight down.
Yeah,
Ozempic
but
can do some good
I don't
things.
want to. I don't want to take something that's gonna affect my pancreas.
Well, but it may not. That's what I'm saying.
No, they always tell you
The
the
side effects,
symptoms of.
yes.
They always tell you, oh, you might have this, you might have that. Talking about the pancreas, talking about
Do they have you on metformin
yeah.
right now? Okay. Um,
Ugh, I couldn't take that.
maybe I'm wondering. I know that they have a sort of an insulin pill. It's a pill.
They said they want me to
It's
take that
not,
with the metformin and get rid of
yes.
another pill.
Mm.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll give it a shot, but if I have side effects real bad, I'll stop taking it.
Yeah, well, and go to the ER, because if you go in and have pancreatitis, I'm telling you, there isn't anything they can do for it, but they put you in the hospital. They give you medication to make you relax, and they run IVs on you, because you won't be able to eat anything, and you can't drink anything either because you'll throw it all up.
Oh
So
hell.
they put you on IVs just to keep you hydrated.
So I'm gonna
And
talk to them about that because if it causes that, I don't want to take it.
Well,
but they're
ask. You can always go with another kind. Tell them you
mhm,
want to know the different kinds because there's two different kinds of those. Now,
Trulicity.
yeah, well, they just put me on that one
Yeah.
because they're trying because for now, but yeah, you can't stop the insulin as well because they had me on high insulin to bring my sugars low
Mm-hmm.
because the levothyroxine fights with your insulin, your glucose. So you have to watch it, you have to
Wait,
monitor it,
wait.
you
Did the
know.
doctor tell you that?
Yeah, I've been reading a lot on it too.
because they just upped my levothyroxine.
What
and
is it?
we can't they just
What are
upped
you
it.
at?
God, I can't remember. I know they said they upped it, but my insulin's not working.
Ugh.
And I take the highest concentrate of insulin that there is. I take the Humulin RU500, and they don't make it any better. And I take 100 units 3 times a day, and that's
What?
a long acting.
Wow.
Bonnie
Yeah.
Hunting there says that Ozempic will paralyze your stomach.
Some people, and
For
now
some
you have to
people.
realize, in some
Yeah, for
people,
some
Has
people.
snake
everybody
venom
can
in
have
it.
bad,
Maybe it
really,
takes
you know, everybody can
taste
have something.
snake venom. Maybe it should
Yeah.
take a couple of times, but wouldn't take it for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you
What
take
the
it
hell?
and you
Well, those aren't
stop,
meant to be for long time.
right?
You know, it's just enough to get your weight off, and then you get off of it. But
Look,
somebody
look.
was telling me that Wegovy was way better.
Let me tell you what happened with me. So my thyroid
I'm gonna
doctor,
tell them that they could give me a different one instead of
listen,
Ozempic.
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
thyroid doctor put me on Ozempic
I'm gonna
and
even take none of them.
hang on, and my regular insulin. I got my A1C down to 5.5
Yeah.
from 20.
Holy moly.
Okay. And I got it down to 5.5. Then my
That's good.
thyroid doctor said, "Oh, that's way too low." And
No.
instead of winging me down off of my insulin,
No, that's normal.
she took me off of everything, and in 30 days I spiked back up. So when my doctor tried to put me back on Ozempic, that's when I had the problem, because they took me off of it. So she took me off of it sooner than I should have.
Mhm.
And so when my doctor tried to put me back on it 2 months later, I had the reaction to it.
Oh,
So
Katie. Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
that's Kitty.
you sound like my mom. My mom couldn't take a lot of things either. And one of my nieces is like that. She's allergic to almost every freaking thing, you know?
When I go to pass a kidney stone and they go through my chart, they're like, "Damn, you're allergic to all the good stuff." I'm like, "Right?" Yes, I am. Thank you.
Hey,
For
I
letting
have
that in.
I have a topic I would like to discuss with you guys, and it does dovetail with diabetic and weight control and weighting and stuff. And you probably have, and I've done some investigation, and this is concerning parasites in your body.
Yeah, I already do a cleanse.
And well, what I've discovered is, um, at work, I used to have this sugar craving. And, I was always kind of a sweet person, eating sweets and stuff like that. Now, I think, Abe, and, you have to research this, because what I've been reading is you guys are bringing up the pancreas and, these organs and different stuff like that. And just what you guys are just talking about.
The Ozempic.
You
That's
should.
what they just put now.
Yeah, but
About
no,
stomach
did
paralysis and blindness. Hell no.
it did a good
Yeah.
job for me, Abe, when I took it the first time.
They
But
got me
it's
up.
when they took me off and tried to put me back on it again is when I reacted to it. But yeah, I'm sorry, Scott. I know when you get sugar cravings like that all the time, you have parasites.
Well, yeah, and I've discovered I did have them, and I think I still, because what I've been reading is, there's certain things, Abe, what I've been taking lately, and I am getting better. I can feel it, and I've been like purposely buying a lot of garlic, and what I do, I mean, it's kind of crazy, but I'll chop up a bunch of garlic, just mince it, and I'll put it on a tablespoon and just gulp it down, and then like two big bottles of water. But anyways, what I'm trying to say is these parasites it's a war in your body that when you go after these parasites, they start to inject their eggs, and because they know they're dying, so they dump. I mean, this is what I'm reading too. I can't see this in my body, but I believe this with all my might, that a lot of these problems, and who knows where I got this, from the food, from the animals, whatever, and I think it's a multiple of all kinds of different stuff, how we get. But what I'm reading is a lot of these problems that we have, neurological, physical, are due to this
Parasites.
Yeah. And, there's these things called binders where they actually, it's a double whammy where you're combining a couple things. If they release the eggs, they also kill the eggs. So I've been like,
I was reading this Zero Pro here that it kills. If you take, I think it's just like a 6-month deal, it'll kill all the.
I'm telling
parasites.
you, it's I believe 100%.
It's called Zero Pro.
And I'm guilty. I mean, I wanted to tell you guys I have it. I'm not afraid to say that I just wanted to share that.
Yeah.
Because I'm still battling these demonic creatures. That's what I really think they are. They're a biological demonic creature that wants to destroy the human race. I know that sounds science fiction, but it's.
But Scott, hang on. I'm gonna send you a picture on your messenger here in a little bit of what I take. When I got sick and I came home from the hospital after fasting for 7 days, I could only go, because I was weak, I could only go from the bed to like the bedside commode because I only have one leg. So getting up and walking is impossible for me if I'm weak. So I went to use the bedside commode, and when I stood up, thank God my caregiver was here, and he said, "Don't sit down." I said, "Okay." And he went and he got them, and I had parasites. So what I did was I found out I have these gel caps now, and they are pure oil of oregano and black seed oil, which is your binding. So I took them. I'm still taking them. The first 3 days that I took them, they came out and they're done now. So, and it took me 3 days, but I still take it just in case. I'm supposed to take it for 2 weeks and then stop for 3 and then take it again just to make sure. But most of us have parasites, and the doctors are trained when they go to school. They're trained that it's okay for people to have parasites because they take care of all the bad bacteria, and that's a bald-faced lie. That's why doctors don't say anything if they notice parasites in people, because they're taught that it's normal, and it is not. But you are correct. They attack your organs. They attach everything.
They touch your brain. Brenda and Abe and people listening out there, I'm telling you, this is to me, when I started to listen and research a lot of this stuff, because I love research and stuff. And then I found out, that I have it because I saw these things that, I would get to observe these things under, my, God, what's this thing called? My magnifying glass and whatever. And these things are like, there's nematodes, they're called. And, there's other ones that they talk about, flukes, and they talk about all these different creatures. And I haven't seen any alive, but I'm still battling this stuff with, and again, I'm eating cloves and all this stuff, but I've been working on, and this was over a year ago that I really didn't know what was going on. So I started to research more of this. And since you guys are mentioning diabetic, pancreas, other these ailments and everything, and when you do your research, that's what these parasites are, that's the result of a lot of this stuff is happening because of these parasitic creatures that are very sophisticated, and it's a battle, I mean, psychologically, when you start to research this, you're going like, oh my God, is it in my food? Is it in the air? It's all kinds of stuff.
It is. It's all of the above.
Yeah.
It's in our food, it's in the water.
Unbelievable. I mean, it's like, and I guess I wanted to share that on here because I haven't really talked to my sisters, my family about it, because it's kind of embarrassing,
Oh, no, it actually happens. But Abe, I want you to look up a company called Resilla, and it's RESILIA. And it'll pop up oil of oregano, and I take 6,000 milligrams with the black seed oil. I only take one a day. They tell some people to take 2 a day, but because of me and all my medicines I'm on, I only take one. And I take one a day. And these, if you look at the commercials that they show you, they take care of all of the different parasites. It kills the adults, plus kills the eggs and flushes everything out of your system. It also is for gut health, building, because your immune system comes from your gut, and it builds your immune system, everything. These little gel caps.
I found out, Brenda, that these things, I mean, this is what I'm reading, and this is what I kind of, you have your intuitiveness, like, what is really going on with my body. I know I can't see it, but you're almost spiritually asking God, to reveal, but these things embed in your tissues. They Brenda, you're right. In your gut, these guys, man, are like I'll have a bunch of cloves, like I'll chop up cloves and put it in like you're chewing tobacco, and then I'll just like
you can make tea with that. You don't have to chop it up and eat it.
What I do, and then in the morning, I found like in my on the outskirts of my mouth, I mean, and I looked under to observe them very closely. I see residue from my mouth in the morning, like they're trying to escape from the tissues of my mouth out. You know what I mean? And
they can if you haven't bad enough. Now let me tell you, I was going through this thing and I was starting to get a little worried, okay, before I started taking these. I was starting that whenever I woke up, I was a little confused when I woke up. Like I had to sit in my bed for a little while and I had to look around. There was sometimes I didn't even know where I was when I woke up. So when I brought this all to my doctor, that's when my doctor suggested I get these, because he told me, he said, it sounds like you've got brain fog. Do you know that since I've been taking these, I wake up in the morning, snap as a whistle, not confused, not nothing. My brain fog has gone away. I no longer go into a room and say, why did I come in here? And yeah. So my doctor is the one who told me to get these.
Yeah. So you're going to send me on the messenger that company.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. I'll send you. I'll take a picture of my package and then I'll send it.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I'm gonna take those, but I urge everybody, because I saw the physical evidence, of the residue or these parasites actually coming, dead. They weren't alive. But basically, these things, like, they must have been, in my throat, in my tissue of my mouth, wherever. And, so, I started to research all this a year ago. So in the past 6 months, I've been battling this whole battle. that's been
Yeah.
going on in my body. The research,
You know
all
my
this,
daughter.
you know.
You know my doctor told me about skin tags. Why diabetics get them is because when your sugar gets high, what skin tags are is they are larvae from parasites in your body. Like there's little baby eggs inside of skin tags.
So they're pushing outward. Is that?
Yes.
They're pushing outward from the skin.
Yep.
That makes sense.
So now, Abe, guess corn on the cob. He's now worm boy.
Oh, shit.
Oh shit, Abe. Oh shit.
It's very embarrassing. It's not embarrassing, but you know, we're here to tell the truth. And you know, and you know, I wanted to share that with me, you know, as a witness that this stuff in fact is, I think it's a lot of the illnesses that we have, like Brenda was saying, brain fog, it goes on and on. She's also a witness to all this, and I collaborate with her 100%, you know, and then I'm glad we're talking about this because, you know, it's hard to talk about, you know, with my family or friends or anything like this because, you know, I think like some of these channels, like on the internet and stuff, you know, they want to know about truth and what's happening, you know, to our bodies, whether it's from chemtrails in the air or the food that's poisonous, or the, you know, the fabricated foods and the snow. I mean, have you read that, right? The fake snow that you try to burn it and it smells like plastic. I mean, we're under warfare, you know, big time. And they could be spraying parasites too. Who knows?
Well, you know, Abe, I'm going to tell you, when I came home from the hospital, first time that happened to me, I got on the computer with my doctor the very next day. And well, he wasn't there, so I talked to his PA. And I looked her straight in the face and I said, "Hey, man, you guys need to give me something for parasites." And she said, "Why?" And I said, "Because I just sat up and I had worms fall out of my ass. That is why. And if you don't give me anything for it, I'm going to make an appointment at the vet for my dog, and I'm just going to get something from them." She goes, "Now, wait a minute. Don't do that." I will. I'm not kidding. Because ivermectin works really good too. But I can't have that. Anybody that is on blood thinners, you cannot have ivermectin.
Yeah, Brenda, that's the first thing I did, and those parasites went crazy in my body. I started to get itching and all kinds of these, you know, after effects. What happens? And that stuff, I mean, they say you got to use a binder with it. But, yeah.
And if you take blood thinners, the reason why you cannot have the ivermectin is because it causes it thins you so bad it can cause you to bleed internally. So if you're on blood thinners, no ivermectin. If you're not, then take it because it's good. But you want to get the vegan gel caps and put them in those and take them like a pill. Just fill your one side of your cap, because you don't want to put that in your mouth. It doesn't taste good.
No, I've done it. I tell you, I don't care what's bad to taste in my mouth. You know, when I read about it, I don't care. It's like, this is a war.
Hey, bro.
This is a war. You know.
Hey, Joel.
I know, brother Joel.
Hiya, Brenda. I love this topic that you're talking about. It's just stuck mine straight and that.
Oh.
Damn worms.
Damn worms. damn parasites.
Yeah, they're affecting the internet through the wormholes.
Oh my God. It's
that was epic when I said that, and you said, "Oh shit." Just the look on your face when you said that. that was awesome. That was a
I
good
just agreed to
response.
taking the Ozempic like a day ago, and I'm thinking about it twice now because I've
I,
been doing fine without it. You know,
but it also made you okay with it, especially if it's a small dose. I was
I don't
on a
want
very
to. I
high
don't want to
dose.
take. What's a small dose?
The very first dose that they give you, I think it's like what is it, 10? I think
They're
5
trying
or
to give me
10.
2.5.
Yeah, there you go, 2.5. That's it. But I was on a very high dose by the time I stopped taking it. And when they put me back on it a few weeks later, they put me back on the high dose. And I think that's what caused mine. So as long as you start off on your low dose and you let your body get used to it, I'm not going to knock it because I've seen so much good. And the first time that I took it, Abe, I took it for almost a year before that happened to me, and I was losing weight, and I can't exercise like everybody else can. I can't really do big major workouts, or I probably would have lost weight a lot faster. But I've seen a lot of good results with it. So, I mean, if they're going to give it to you and they're only giving you the 2.5, try it. You take it once a week.
Well, what if?
And
Well,
huh?
Brenda, what if Abe is? What if it's parasites?
Well,
It is
even if
parasites and that. That's right. Listen, what it is I hope I'm having problems with my internet. We've got really bad weather and that over here. I spent 30 years on microscope to keep me out. Is it working again? My
No,
signal's absolutely atrocious and that.
yeah.
What it is through my studies and that, I've got a microscope and I've got loads of videos I can share with us all and that. I think you just mentioned it about amoebas and that, nematodes. There's amoebas and nematodes, and there's what they call floellas and that, retrophers and that. I've got loads of videos, and you want to see them scooting about and that on the microscope. I filmed it all that on the microscope, and they're really bad bacteria and that. And through my studies, and like, they're starting to wake up to these things and that, and what they're realising now, doctors, because I've had meetings with doctors, and I've got a book here. I call it my Holy Grail. I keep it at the side of my bed, and especially in lockdown, because I was bored and that. I thought, well, what should I do? Oh, I'll get my microscope out. So I'm messing about, wangs me tablet on and that, and just done mass amount of research and that, caught up from where I left off and that. I don't, Nikola Tesla, you know what I'm on about, don't you? He's mainly known famous for his electricity and things like that. But the one thing he was obsessed with, and that was bacteria. Now, the key to it is right, an healthy gut. They call it leaky gut. So if the bacteria level, right, you got good bacteria and bad bacteria. And if you haven't got the correct bacteria to combat the other ones,
Yeah, if he's on his phone, that's probably with the bad connection. I think
yeah.
when you have that phone, you get cut off a lot. If you have an iPhone or whatever, that's probably why his connection.
Yeah, they've got bad weather in the UK. I know that. I seen some stuff on that.
Well, I think he's trying to mention that Tesla, using the electrical energy to kill off. I mean, for example, I've been researching the bells that they had in these churches, and the Tartarian empires and different stuff like that. That they would use the frequency of the sound as instead of hospitals, you just go inside these churches and you would get immediately healed. So nobody needed. No doctors. You didn't need any kind of medical stuff because the vibration of these bells were tuned. And then, the World War I and the rest of these wars, they confiscated all these church bells and they broke them all apart. They were made out of brass and iron and different, you know, and they would tune these things at a different frequency. So, you know, I think he's trying to get your caller there from Britain. Then was, you know, Tesla was involved with a lot of that frequency, you know, hertz, you know, the different hertzes. You know, for example, I'm into music, so the true hertz on the real tuning is 432 hertz, not 440 that they play today. 440 is not the correct hertz. So it really is a bad sounding as far as music goes. I mean, if the 432, I mean, Jimi Hendrix and a lot of these people did play in that hertz, and they could sing real well.
It was like,
just give you an example.
I keep getting kicked out for some reason. Like I said, we've got really bad weather over here in UK, and my internet's really acting up and that. I've lost all my internet on my bloody switch thing or whatever you call it, and that. I'm struggling. I've just gone onto my Wi-Fi rather than using me off of my phone and that. But yeah, what I'm saying is, the key thing to it is getting the correct bacteria in your gut. That's the key to it. You've got 3 brains, right? Your gut, your heart, and your brain and your head. And if the most important is your gut, because if you do not have healthy bacteria to fight the bad bacteria, because there's like a little war going off in your body, you know, with all your cells and all that. And this is why I end up with autoimmune diseases and things and stuff like that. So I've been going through it. I've got to go to hospital today and that for some more tests and that, because I've got pneumonia at the moment. That's the blood tests have all come back. I'm in a bit of a mess and that, but I'm a soldier in it, like Abe and that, a warrior. Well, soldier on in it, Abe and that. You know what I mean? Never back down. But no, what it is the key thing to it is the bacteria, when they go around, like run about, like speed of light and that, I mean, watch them on a microscope, and they release enzymes. And then the enzymes that they release are what combat the other enzymes in your body, and they go around and map it all up and clean it. They attack them, they eat them and that. And like, yeah, you're on about the sugars and that. Now, sugar, I've cut it out. I'm terrible for sugar and that, or what. But no, I don't have sugar in anything. I've basically nearly just chopped it completely out and that, because like, we're about diabetes and that, because my mum developed it as well. And, but the key to it is by getting the correct balance in your gut. And then that, you know, that's key to an healthy body. And it does, like Brenda was saying, and that it's not just your physical side and that, it can attack your nerve, you know, like nerve. I'm back again. I'll tell you, I mean, it's terrible. We've got a storm over here. I know you've got some bad weather in the US as well, isn't it? I'm back again, I think. But yeah, it's down to enzymes, getting the correct enzymes in your body, which, you know, it's a vital part of his digestive system, basically. And the key to it is probiotics. I don't know if you've heard of them before, right? And this is, yeah, you mentioned garlic, Scott, right? That's a natural antibiotic, and it helps protect all the enzymes. It's good for your blood, for your cells. See, what they found is my white blood cells are going rife. So it set alarm bells off. They kicked me ass at doctors. So I had to go to doctors the other day. I've got to go to hospital in the morning. I've got to have some x-rays, some more tests, because it's got that bad. I don't know if they're sepsis. Not septicemia, sepsis, and that. It can kill you, you can lose limbs, go blind, or even die. Yeah, Julie's just saying to me now, my wife and that, she got bit by something, right? And then this mosquito or something, right? I've got them, you know, put them all on my slides and that. Yeah, I'm back. It's my signal. It's terrible. I do apologise. But yeah, then she got bit by a mosquito, right? And then over a few weeks, this thing developed, right? And she got this lump, and she said, no, it really hurts and that. So I goes, here, let's have a look in that. So I got my magnifying glass out and that, and I'm looking at that. I goes, here, look, there's something there, it's moving and that. And I ended up pulling it out, and it was like a grub, wasn't it? It like turned into a grub. Worm, like a, well, a nematode. And so I kept it anyway. I put it, immortalised it under one of my slides so I could examine it under my microscope. And it looks a nasty little bugger and that. You can see it was like two big eyes, but it was like, I don't know, it's not like that alien or something, isn't it? It was weird, proper weird. And I went down when I was down at doctor's the other day and that. I took a picture on it. I thought, oh, I'll just take a picture of that. Or just making out, I was texting somebody and I took this picture that I got on front desk and it shows you mosquitoes, ticks, fleas. It's not other. And putting out now warning in the UK, getting infections from bug bites. Yeah. Because carrying germs, aren't they? Well, I've got some mosquitoes that I got through when we were in lockdown. And I put them in the slides and that. So I've still got them now. I've still got them all. And I saved everything. And when I put it on the microscope and that looking, I found protein spikes in them, which were COVID virus. And that were carrying in mosquitoes. So it is real. It is out there. And the way forward, what you know, I'm starting to yogurt's a good thing. That's got natural bacteria in, so plenty of Greek yogurt. You got to get your gut right, and the rest of your body will be right. If not, it'll just unveil a world of hell. Your body will, you know, like Brenda was saying, and that. You end up with this problem, that problem, blah, 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 and it just gets worse and worse and worse if it's not addressed, if you know what I mean. So my advice is, but all I'm going to say is, please consult a doctor first before you do it, but if you can get older, probiotics for the digestive system, give it a whirl and see how I feel. That's my little take and advice on it and that, but I mean there's lots more to it than that, but yeah, it's all down to bacteria, good bacteria, bad bacteria in your body. So you've got to combat the bad bacteria, because like you say, I've had some, what it is I've had that many courses of antibiotics in the last 12 months. I can't have any more, and what they did was they prescribed me something about a month, 6 weeks ago or something. And they prescribed me, so I goes, well, I thought these were antibiotics, was something, it was gastritis tablets or something, you know, for your gut. But they had penicillin in it. Now, what we found out is I'm allergic to penicillin.
So am I.
Anything with penicillin in,
so am I.
I can't have it anymore.
Yep.
And I've lived in middle of nowhere. I live in, you know what I mean? There's trees, you name it, fields, there's oilseed rape, you name it, flowers, whatever. I've never suffered with hay fever until the last few years. Since I went down. It was during COVID, wasn't it? I got COVID. I ended up with bloody COVID, didn't I? And it's all gone pear-shaped from there. So that's why I went into some intense research about COVID and that. I've got shitloads of information I could share with and that. It's just how long the time you got to listen. You know what I mean? I could go on further about it.
Well, I wanted to inject.
But, you know, Dr. Victor Tommy was called. Dr. Victor Tommy, this black dude. And I told him and I showed him the information. He goes, would it be okay if I set a meeting up with the senior doctors so you could share this information? Because at the time what I was doing was, he's passed away now, God bless his soul, Reverend Richard, because I used to go to my local church. And during lockdown and that, I was what they call a key worker. And I was going down to doctors every morning, picking medication up and dropping them off to elder people that obviously couldn't get out because we're on lockdown and things. But we've been a key worker, are allowed to go about to a certain limit because I was delivering medication from doctors to a patient, you know what I mean? And I did it, but I didn't get a penny for it. I'm not bothered about money and that. I just did it to help people, you know what I mean? I did it for church, yeah. I was doing it for church, for God, Jesus, and that. And just doing best I can to help the unfortunate, you know what I mean? And honestly, things and that I went through, and he goes, oh, do you mind, Dr. Victor, he goes, do you mind if I organise a meeting with senior doctors and that? You need to discuss this with them and share this information. It's very important. I'm like, yeah, do what you want and that. So we set a meeting up, didn't we? And I sat there. Like I was a teacher and they were school kids, and these are supposedly professional doctors and that, senior doctors, qualified doctors, this and other. And all, I mean, I was studying a PhD, wasn't I? But I ended up, yeah. Well, it locked down and that, so I thought, sod it. I went online on this online thing and that. What was it, Cambridge or something, or Oxford or something, wasn't it, like that? University, it was free online thing and that. I got about 3 years into it because I was trying to get my PhD, but I've got an A level in human. It's called Human and Social Biology, or it was, but now I'm at school and that. I've just turned 49 now, and I was proper putting a lot of hours into it, a lot of hours. I was up pretty much all day and all night, really. She's like, you coming to bed now? I'm like, yeah, just in a bit. I just need to finish writing this up and that. Because the amount of essays I had to do, and you know, I had to get them in for a certain time. But to cut a long story short on that, I managed 3 years out of 4 years on course and that, and I got really ill, so I just did it up as a bad job sort of thing. So I didn't quite. I was nearly there. I nearly passed me. I nearly got a PhD in biology and that, or human and social biology. And like I say, Dr. Victor Tom and that, I've never. His eyeballs nearly popped out, you know, and showing him me only grail and that. Because you need to share this information. I will. You know what I mean? And but yeah, you know, I mean, I could go on forever and that, but basically, if you want and you've got time, Google it, probiotics. Yeah, it's gut bacteria. That's it. I can't see. I'm having really bad problems with my bloody internet. It's driving me mad, and it's been like it all day on and off on it, and it's like buggered me up a bit because I've missed some things in that what I need to email back and that, so I've not had a chance to do it, so I have to do it all tomorrow. Well, it is tomorrow. Not bother about it. What is it? It was 6 o'clock in the morning now, isn't it? Yeah, but I just thought I just wanted. As soon as I heard you on about it all and that, I thought, wow, bites, parasites. Like Scott was saying, what amoebas you were on about.
Say that again.
Amoebas, there's nematodes, amoebas. Just check it out anyway, guys. And that. Yeah. What time is it? Bloody hell, it's 2 minutes past 6 now. I've got to be up in there now. I've got people working that, innit? Shuffy now.
Thank you.
Back to the old grindstone. another day,
You know,
another dollar.
Joel, I wanted to make a comment that,
But yeah,
can you hear me?
I hope some information I'll give you a wager into some more information. Just Google it, just check it out on that bit. Probiotics. An healthy gut is an healthy body. That's what runs your body, your gut. Yeah, your internet's cocking up, isn't it?
Alrighty, brother.
I'm going to jump off now, right? Because the internet's going AWOL. I appreciate your time, everybody.
All right, thank you.
Like I said, just have a look into it and that, guys and that, girls, brothers and sisters. And Godspeed, innit?
All right,
Good night,
God
brother.
bless you all.
good night. Yeah, I take probiotics with my medications, but yeah, I'm allergic to all the cillins. I can't have penicillin, amoxicillin, ampicillin, none of that. So I try not to get anything infected.
Basically, yogurt, you know, the plain yogurt, that's probiotic, right?
Yeah,
Plain road.
that's when I'm on antibiotics. That's my doctor tells me to eat yogurt because women are a lot different than men, and we have a certain bacteria that we have to keep in our bodies. And when we take antibiotics, it'll eat that. So if you eat yogurt while you're taking the antibiotics as a female, then it corrects the problems that it may cause. So I don't understand medication nowadays, Abe. Do you? You got to take a medication to cure a problem, but make sure that you don't need a different medication to counteract what that other medication has given you. You want
That's
to
what
talk
happens when you take so many medications that might
Yeah.
give you something like what they did to me last time. Makes you bleed to death.
Yeah.
Freaking they gave me that cholesterol pill at nighttime, and I was waking up, and I could feel stuff here in my goatee, and I get up, and I feel like a lot of saliva, and I go spit in the sink, and it'll be nothing but blood.
What?
You know? So there, I had to get off the medicine they gave me
Yeah.
because that's when it started.
That sounds
And
like a bleeding ulcer or something like that.
No, it was a medicine.
Oh.
Something in the medicine was affecting me because I was on the blood thinners, and it
Yeah.
wasn't supposed to be mixing with it. So man, it was making me bleed. My levels were off big time.
Your doctor should have known that before they gave it to you.
And I wasn't just bleeding from my mouth; I was bleeding from my nose and
Yeah.
other areas.
Yeah.
It was bleeding out, basically. But of course, when you can't see us,
Yeah. You can always go replenish somewhere else.
Well, I wanted to talk to Joel about this if he's still listening because, I've had 4 years of college, and I used to look, in the biology sections and stuff like that under microscopes, and they never talked about God in college, not once. They never talked about Jesus Christ. Forbid that. Totally. And I even went to Catholic schools and different stuff like that too. But in the biology department, they had microscopes. Joel was trying to, give us the evidence of these parasites that are, they could be good and they could be bad. But one thing I wanted to share with you guys that I was in a biology lab, and I started looking at these species that are in the water, and they're called paramecium, they're called rotifers, and I started to look at these creatures that were in the water and what they were doing, and I started to realize there is an architect behind this. This isn't something that's created out of evolution. This is something that is created. And I didn't want to bring this up to the teacher at all because but there's something like in my spirit, because I remember, that's why I'm bringing up this whole parasitic, thing about, out here on the, on the channel here, because, because, that brought back memories of me looking at these, parasitic type creatures that are, in the specimens of water and so forth. And which could be in the water that we're drinking, too. So, I saw this and I thought, you know what? These things are organized. These are like, microscopic creatures that they're created by somebody, and I that just stuck with me all through college, and I never finished because I think God called me out of college because, and I don't want to go into that dissertation about all that kind of stuff. I went on a sabbatical leave, but I never went back because there's something to do with the spiritual nature of God in the secular schools that I went to. But I always, thought back to what Joel was mentioning in the microscope under these creatures that are in the, in microscopic, you cannot see these with a magnifying glass or anything. Well, right. You start looking at these things, you're going like, oh my God. And then when you get the super microscope, some of these creatures are like crab looking, whether they be lice or whatever, these things in our hair or wherever else. But, these things are like, these are created by somebody, and, there is some sort of spiritual connection with all these things. This parasitic stuff that we talk about there, and it is, oh my God, I mean, just to get kind of gross, but I mean, that picture is a lot worse than in the reality of the real one. Looks way worse than that one. That's like a funny one, but it's unbelievable, this parasitic world that we live in, this microscopic, invisible, they're invisible. Some of these things, I've looked at them under a magnifying glass, and I'll put them on a different color paper. They turn colors. They turn different. They turn invisible. It's like, oh my God. I mean, but are they synthetic? Are they synthetic parasites? We don't know, what they are. So, oh my God, but yeah, I thought I'd bring that up as far as, I was a zoology major in college. So, I looked at a lot of, in biology classes and stuff like that, a lot of lab work and stuff. And, it's incredible, this microscopic world, it's invisible to see. And, unfortunately, that's what got me on this parasitic, war like a year ago, that I started to think, man, do I have these? Do I have this stuff? So the more I researched and more the evidence I looked at under my magnifying glass and so forth, I'm going, oh my God, what, I have it. I have them, so.
Yeah, I never thought about it until I went to the doctor that one time, and I was in the hospital when I came home. And I found those, and it was hilarious. The look on my doctor's PA's face when I said what I did, she was like, what? I'm like, yeah. And these things are living rent free in me, and they need to get out. Yep. Look at them. Look at that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a reality, folks. I mean, it's, and it's a war. It's a war against the spirit of our body. Our bodies are not meant to have these kind of parasitic things. And, a brain fog, it's a big one, Brenda. Exactly. I've been reading so much about that. And, the sodas that kids are drinking with the sugar, these things are feeding off the sugar. Like, and me, myself, I'm at fault too. I buy ice cream, So it's kind of like, oh my God, Scott, you keep feeding them. They're hungry. They're hungry. And
Well, I'm gonna tell you, it's like when a woman gets pregnant and she has cravings, the reason why she has those cravings, like if she's craving ice cream, her body, that baby is taking the calcium in her body. So her body's craving that back. When she craves certain things,
what
it's
about pickles?
because
What about pickles?
salt
Salt?
intake. Your body is usually craving is deficient in something. Now, I told my doctor, because he told me kind of nowadays it doesn't matter if you change your diet because all of our food, everything. That's why they tell you pray over your food. Ask God to bless your food because it's horrible. I mean, when you go to the store and you buy a watermelon, oh look, I got a seedless watermelon. That's awesome. No, dude, that didn't grow on a vine by itself. That was manufactured. That's why when I buy grapes, I make sure they have seeds in them. I buy watermelon, I make sure they have seeds in them because those are naturally grown. Seedless, they're not naturally grown. They incubate those things. They are not natural. So
Yeah, there's a lot of, I was wondering, I don't know if you guys have seen this lately, and I started researching this about, God, maybe like 3 or 4 months ago, or maybe longer, is every single thing. Okay, I'll just give an example. Matches. Okay, you go to a 99-cent store and buy matches, right? Because you need matches to light a candle or whatever. Have you noticed that they're putting half of the gun, or the gunpowder or magnesium in a match? They'll only put half now. Have you seen like everything has been halved? Have you really noticed like every single thing? You open up a can of Campbell's soup, guess
it's
what?
called
Used to be able to feed 2 people. Now you can feed only a half a person.
Yeah, it's called translation, and they make it smaller, and you're paying the same price or more.
Yeah, but are they? I mean, this is my theory. Are they giving us half of everything, and or let's just say they're giving us 25% of what's in a can of soup, for example, and the 75% they're canning it for the elites, for these underground facilities.
Oh yeah, trucks that
it's
deliver
a theory,
good food there.
But it's the only thing I can think of because everything is halved. I mean, it's cut everything, whether it's hard goods or soft goods. Everything is cut. Everything is cut in half. And they're charging us double or triple on prices too. And inflation. Well, what about is this whole inflation due to the elites are ready to go underground?
Oh yeah, they have the facilities all over the place where they deliver
and all that in Arkansas. They're trucking it. All the semis are going underground, and they're all going in those places. So not to get off topic a little bit, but I just thought I'd bring that up. This whole thing about being, oh my God, I mean, you can hardly strike a match anymore. It won't even hardly light.
However, I am going to say this: the reason why I came up here was because I wanted to tell Abe, I know you don't poke your fingers, but these little itty bitty things that I have that they're 15 days each. Every 15 days, I change arms. Like I'll put it in one. They go on the upper arm. You don't have to poke your fingers. You don't feel it when you pop it in. It's got an adhesive strip around it so it doesn't come off when you shower. You have to be used to it. Like if you lay on your side, you have to make sure you're aware that's there so you don't rub it and pull it out. But I've never really had any problems with it. And it keeps an eye on my sugar for me because I have neuropathy not only in my feet, which is why I'm on the gabapentin. It stops that stinging, but I have it in my foot and I also have it in my fingers. So for me to poke my fingers, it hurts so bad and I bruise. It's a pain in the butt when I'm in the hospital because they don't go by my machine. They want to poke my fingers. And it's very, very uncomfortable. But you've got to keep an eye on your sugar because you don't want to start losing limbs or anything else because of your sugar.
Yes.
So it's an easier way to keep an eye on your sugar. You tell them you want the Freestyle Libre. That's what you want. And your
My sugars
doctor.
are like at I think 98 right now. So
Well, that's not bad.
yeah. So I'm keeping it under 100.
Yeah,
Trying to get down to 70, but that's the hard part. That's why
but
they're wanting to get me on that thing to try to bring it down. But
yeah, because if you check your sugar before you eat, and then wait 1 hour and check it after you eat, you can see what you're eating and what's raising it and change it. But I will tell you, straight meat with no gravy on it. I eat asparagus, I eat spinach. When I eat those just by themselves, my sugar doesn't barely move at all. It stays low. So then you can see, okay, well, I want to have one thin slice of this cake. So if you take a real thin slice and see how far it moves your sugar, you'll know how, like, okay, well, it only moved it a little bit. So next time, so it doesn't move at all, I'll have a thin slice, but only eat half of that. And then I should have no problem. So you have to be able to check your sugars to be able to balance what it is that you're eating. I screw up myself. I'm human. I screw up. Sometimes I'll forget to take my insulin and I'll eat. And then I'll be like sitting here going, God, why do I feel weird? And I'm like, oh man, I forgot to take my insulin. So I'll take it because I have to get that sugar back down. But when your sugar is high, you you get tired. You get tired. It's good to sleep. Like when my sugar gets extremely high, a lot of times I'll take my insulin and I'll lay down. Then by the time I wake up, it's evened itself out. A good sugar for me is anything under 200 because I've been a diabetic for so long. When I had gotten my A1C down to 5.5, and I told the doctor, it pissed me off when she took me off of all that because when my A1C was 5.5, I felt the best I've ever felt in my life. I was not tired. I had energy. I just felt good. And then she took everything away from me instead of, if she thought it was too low, she should have downed my doses of insulin a little bit and my Ozempic. And then she should have just winged me down until we got to a point where my sugar would go back up again. And then just, she knew what range it was. But no, she took everything away from me. I went from taking 120 units of insulin 3 times a day down to taking 20 units twice a day.
Wow.
And it messed me up. So I took everything away from her. But this is the woman that told me that I wasn't allowed to come to her office if I didn't take the jab. And I told her I wasn't taking it. And she tried pushing it on me over and over again. And I refused. So
You know what
who
my
knows?
doctor told me? I came in there. He goes, "Oh, here, I'm sitting there on the table there, and so we're talking or something. And I also have a little bit of a weight problem, but anyways, I'm not going to talk about that. But he goes, he says to me, "Oh, you're an anti-vaxxer," you know, and I was like, I mean, what do you do? I mean, God, I mean, the arrogance in that doctor, oh, you're an anti-vaxxer. oh, here's the oh, you're an anti-vaxxer. He tells me, quote. And I'm going like, how, what kind of doctor would say that unless, he's one of them, right?
Out of it. Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's why.
I would go back to work, of course, it's real hard to talk to anybody in your work, when you're working, because, Jesus, here's the thing. I always bring up, God in these conversations because if you want to know the truth, if you want to know justice and the truth, God's going to lead you into that, So you go to talk to somebody and they look at you like a deer in the headlights, or, they call you names, or, what are you talking about? All that stuff. And then you look back on those years and you're going, you know what? Because I made a commitment to Jesus Christ, that I want to follow him. I wanted to take the cross and follow, Jesus Christ. Yeah. And, it's about bringing this information, to enlighten yourself about all this stuff, because, you come to the realization that it is Jesus Christ revealing to the people that, want to seek this knowledge of truth and justice. And
I'm going to tell you, my doctor was heaven sent, because this man had to pay fines during COVID because he did not make any of his staff do what they wanted. And he's a younger doctor, but he believes in natural stuff, and he knows I hate my medication. And he wants to try to work something with me to where we can get me basically. The only things I'm never going to be able to get off of is my blood thinners, because I have screwed up blood. Okay. It runs too thin, or it runs too thick. And I'm also susceptible to blood clots. I've had both of my lungs fill at the same time, and I couldn't breathe at all. So they had to go do emergency surgery and get them all out. But he knows I hate the rest of my medication. So he is constantly, when I don't see him, he's constantly researching stuff to find natural things he can try to put me on, that so we can get me off my medications. You don't find that in a lot of doctors, especially nowadays. I waited 2 years to get in to see this guy because I learned about him word of mouth. And I won't give him up for anything. I will not move out of the state of Texas because this man is doing everything he can to keep me alive and get me healthy. And doctors today, they don't do that.
Yeah.
They give you something just to appease you, but they don't cure what's wrong with you.
It really reminds me, Brenda, when I went to college, and, the professors and all these people, I had the dean of English, a lot of these different situations I look back at, and I'm thinking now, did they know Christ Jesus? And I'm thinking, you know what? I'm almost pretty much sure that they did not know the Lord Jesus Christ.
Well,
as a teacher, professor, or what they were teaching or whatever, because what I'm learning is like, it's a system, this whole college business, it's a money system, whatever. There's a lot of history on that. Everybody can research that. But I was thinking, personally, these people, because if they were believers, and I wasn't a believer back then either. So, but I look back on that now as a believer, I'm trying to systematically think, psychologically wise, these people, were trapped in this system. I'm off track a little bit. I'm losing track of my mind, off track a little bit. But, getting back to this doctor, the professionalism, the professional people, doctors, lawyers, the deans of colleges, the presidents of the United States, so forth and so on. Well,
really, this country,
reality,
this country really screwed up the minute they took God out of schools.
Of course, yeah.
And it's funny because, like I said, my daughter believed in Jesus, all this stuff, went to church, everything. But when she went to college, She came out of college not believing in anything. She doesn't believe in God, Jesus, the
They
devil,
don't teach
nothing.
it.
No.
I went to a Catholic college for a year. They never mentioned Jesus once.
Right?
Not once. They didn't mention the Bible. They didn't even have a Bible, and then I went to a junior college, which was a Christian college, St. Petersburg Junior College in Clearwater, Florida. And it's supposed to be, a Christian, angle. Not once there. But what I'm just trying to, yeah, you're absolutely right.
See, when I went to school, our American flag, not only did we do the Pledge of Allegiance every morning, but they taught us what that flag was about and the people who died for this country. They don't teach that now. That's why these kids nowadays, they don't give two shits about the American flag. They will stand 10 toes down to burn it. They don't care. They're like, what? It's just a piece of thing that we put up in the air and we fly it. They don't tell these people what this flag represents.
What they don't talk about, Brenda, is the spiritual nature of it.
Yeah.
God forbid. Even the public schools, they had flags, and I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of whatever. We did the pledge allegiance, but in public schools, the teachers were probably forbidden to go any further than that. To talk about the spiritual nature. And my whole life, I was like that. I grew up, with 3/4 of my life not knowing any of that. Can you imagine? 3/4 of my life.
I think that Florida and Texas, and I think there's another place, they're starting to make them put Bibles back in school and take out some of these books that really kids shouldn't even be learning from. But yeah. But you know what I found out? Do you remember hearing the stories from way back when they had book burnings and they were burning books? And everybody was saying they were burning Bibles. I don't think they were. I think that before they ended up doing a reset again, they were burning these same books that we have in the schools for the kids now that they don't need to be singing. I think that's what they were burning. I don't think this is the first time they've done this. We get a reset so many years, and I think that that's how they do it. They get rid of anything and everything that we've actually learned, and they try to start all over again. So I think that they're, it's all via design. And unfortunately, now we have the internet, and they can't get away with that crap now. We have researched Tartaria. You were talking about these buildings and the bells. Well, let me tell you something. The old organs they used to have, those big cathedrals that you see now that were built decades ago, those were not churches. They were what they called healing centers.
Right. Yeah.
And people went in there and they did pray and they read the Bible, but they were in there for the organs, the organ sounds and all that, because they hit the hertz that my tuning forks. I have neuropathy, but for the longest time, I could never feel the bottom of my foot. The bottom of my foot, the top of my foot, and halfway up my leg. So I bought tuning forks, proper tuning forks. And I, for months, would hit those tuning forks and put the bottom of them on my foot and let it vibrate. Do you know how shocked my doctor was when I went in to see him and he wiped that thing on the bottom of my foot and I jerked and he went, "You felt that?" I said, "Yes, I feel my foot now." And he said, "How did you do that?"
Yeah.
And I looked him straight in the face and said, "Tuning forks," because for 5 years I haven't been able to feel it.
And how many years?
I feel everything.
How many years did he go to college? That doctor.
Yeah.
How many years, Brenda? And he's asking you, how'd you do that, Brenda?
Yep.
Can you imagine a man that went to school, or a woman that goes through many, I mean, it's 10 years, 12 years, whatever, doctorates and all this stuff, working, in the hospital all these years to get a lot of these certificates. And here it is, this doctor's asking Brenda, how'd you do that?
Yeah.
Wow.
I told him I use tuning forks, and I had it written down on a piece of paper what hertz they were, and he looked at me and he said, interesting.
Yeah.
And he, my doctor even says to me all the time, I wish the other patients I had that were your age were like you, but they're not. He said, it's almost like they're 80. I just turned 59 years old, and my doctor swears up and down my birth certificate is wrong, and I got to be in my 40s. And I'm like, no, I don't think it is. Sorry. But, yeah, I started using those tuning forks. And if I get a ringing in my ear, I'll smack those tuning forks and I'll put them next to my ears. And by the time they're done vibrating, the ringing in my ears are all gone.
It's kind of sad. Have you guys noticed, like, a lot of churches or schools, the cell phone towers are like in the church towers now? Have you noticed?
Oh yeah,
that?
yeah. They took all the bells
Yeah.
and the organs out of all the churches.
Yep.
That's why you don't have
And
them
not
anymore.
only that, Brenda, I worked at a church, and I went back over there, several years ago. I was a facility manager at one of the churches. They took the cross off the top of the church. The cross. They took that down. So yeah, it's all this church. It's been infiltrative, of course, but and exactly what you're saying, that reset. They want everybody to forget. And you're right on that. I didn't think of that. I didn't think of that, and that does make sense.
Think about podiatrists nowadays. They tell you that your feet, you've got to keep your feet clean. You've got to keep your feet from getting anything on them. But think about it, Scott, when we were kids, we ran around outside in the grass. We touched grass. We didn't get sick like these kids do today.
Yeah.
We were out there.
I grew up in Virginia. I was barefoot.
Yep.
I was in mud, walking around in foundations that they were building houses with nails in the water. Walking around in the water, in the mud with our feet, and everybody had bare feet. I had this little girlfriend, she would come over, this blonde girl, and, bare feet, dirty, and
I have a real
fingernails, and hair hardly washed and stuff,
I have a real bad problem telling people this when they're uptight and they're mad or they're upset. I tell them to take their damn shoes off, go outside and get in the grass and go hug a tree, because Mother Nature is here for a reason.
Brenda, I did that. I hugged one of these pine trees because I research all kinds of stuff. And, I started seeing auras, and especially like these conifer pine trees, these big trees that could be, 40, 50 years old or whatever. And I actually would see this energy, off these trees, these pine trees, and you can see it off the tip. Like there's this white sheen that is around the tree. But you're right on that. If you go into a forest or something, how much better do you feel?
Oh yeah.
I mean, than you would.
Look, the things that Abe sees when he goes out there, the things that appear when they go out there, they manifest because they're out there they use the elements. Well, those elements that we have on this earth, they're good for us, which a lot of times it can heighten what's around you. Like you can feel what's around you because you've got that earth's vibration. The Father was not stupid when he created things, let me tell you, because Mother Earth was created for our help. Our help.
Everything made.
That's why trees, plants, all that stuff is alive.
Everything.
I used to sit and play music for my plants, and they loved it. Now they would tell you, if you put rock and roll on and your plants droop, try hip hop. If they only go up a little bit, try something like jazz.
Well, they love classical plants.
Classical and
Yeah.
jazz, because the heights of the hertz that come through build your plants.
Yeah.
So yes.
Yeah, they have even a device you could put on. I'd love to order it. I keep forgetting, but on Amazon, you put these two alligator clips on plants, and it runs through this machine. It's like a recorder, and it records the music of the plant.
Yeah. Well,
Can you imagine?
Do you remember when we were kids, they used to paint your house with lead paint, and they started telling our parents that lead paint was bad for us because if we ate it, like all kids went around chewing on the house, right?
Yep.
That it could harm us. That isn't the reason why they did away with lead paint.
I read that today. What was the reason?
They did away with lead paint because, you know, these 5G towers we got up all over the place, they all put out waves that are not good for us. And they can come through these stupid walls we have now. Well, the lead paint was keeping that from happening.
That's what I was. Yeah, I thought that, but I didn't keep going on to. I'm glad you brought that up. And it's funny that you say, you know, about eating. Let me give you a little quick story since it's open mic night. You know, my mom was Catholic. We had to go to church all the time and catechism and all that. And I remember one time, you know, in the pews, they were painted like kind of an off-white, kind of a gray white or something on the pews. And, you know, it was lead paint. And I carved my initials, SB, with my teeth. You know, I carved my initials on the pew, you know, like pretty deep, you know, and, you know, into the paint. So, you know, I ate some of that lead paint.
Now we know who the kid is that was eating the lead paint that got the paint taken away. It was you. It was you.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Brenda. Hey, Scott.
How you doing?
Shadow Wolf. I just want to mention this picture that I saw that I was while scrolling YouTube or TikTok, one of the two. Most of these churches are usually big, and they usually have towers with what is it? They're sticking up. What caught my attention about this picture was that, or this church or church-like building, for some reason, they had like Faraday cages on these tips.
Yeah.
And I'm going like, obviously, we know what you were saying was they use these churches to build up positive energy with the music, the light, and prayer that's in the house of God, basically. They know that positive energy runs through there. And I'm wondering now if the reason they're removing some of these is because people still go, but only this time around it's only being fed negative energy. And they're trying to keep it contained, probably for some kind of ritual, because, you know, some of these churches, they're not built with the intent of God. They're built for the intent of using it for satanic purposes. But it's underneath the church or hidden somewhere in it.
Yeah.
And the more energy it builds up, the more you can give to whatever it is you're worshiping that isn't light or good.
True.
You know, my son had you know, we talked about this, and he knows a lot about. He never really talks to me about it, but you know, he's more of a gamer. But he had a dream about those cell phone towers you know, this could come true. We don't know.
Well,
But
that
actually,
they put up during COVID in the lockdown, they put up the 5G ones.
Well, right. But here's what the dream was. My son said something like this, that God had switched the tables, that all those towers were converted into healing everybody.
Well, RFK right now is trying to get those things taken down and banned because he knows what's in them.
Yeah.
There's a country, I don't know if it's the UK, might be the UK. I gotta think, but it's one of those out there that their citizens now are burning those. They're ripping them down themselves.
They're cutting them down with chainsaws and you know, sawzalls and stuff. But it's funny that my kid said, I mean, and really, how easy would this be that God could change the frequency on those towers if they turned them up or whatever and converted, and God did something that or his angels converted all those towers into healing, the
That'd be
healing
awesome.
frequencies,
Yeah.
So we don't know. But yeah, right now we all know that, all the evidence points out that, they're causing, weather modifications and
Yep.
illnesses and cancer and all these and killing trees and all this kind of stuff too,
I went through all my phones. I found out a way to do it. I cannot do it again if I tried, but I went and did it already. I took the 5G off of both of my phones, and I run only on 4G on both of my phones.
Oh crap!
And it does not run any different than it did when it was on 5G. But I found out you can take those off. There's a video that somebody put out. I went in and I did it. And my phones now are on 4G. I don't have the 5G running through my phones.
Yeah, there's a lot of that information on phones. People are telling this is how you do it, on TikTok or whatever. Did TikTok get banned, by the way, I heard?
No, it's
Nope.
Brenda, about the 5G towers, I just looked it up right now. There's 16 arson attacks that took place in West Belfast near Rocktail Estate in Newtown Abbey, apparently.
Yeah. Probably. I think that might be what it is. Their citizens were down there taking them down and burning them. Yeah.
I could tell you guys another way to protect yourselves too against certain things, and it talks about that in the Bible, like wearing 100% linen, like everything is linen. Linen is breathable; it vibrates at a high frequency. God calls it like your second skin or the armor of the skin. I mean, even Alexander the Great made armor out of linen that they shot an arrow at, and the arrow couldn't pierce it. And two, it protects you against radiation. It protects you against all kinds of stuff, bacteria and viruses. It can't dwell in there, and it's comfortable. And that was taught to me by I don't know if you guys know who Nathan Reynolds is, but
yes, I know who Nathan is.
Yeah, and I guarantee that if you can find it, there's something to it. And
that's a problem with it. That's the only thing.
I think you can
You
find
have
it.
to find it.
In Asia, they have a lot of that. They make a lot of that in Asia.
You can just buy crap and just make your own outfits if you knew how to tailor stuff. I mean, I don't know anything about that, but if you learn,
I don't either.
I mean, we should all be learning.
I can cook, I can clean, but if you ask me to sew, I'm gonna laugh at you. But no, and then when you do, if you find a shop that has it, because I've looked, don't think I haven't, I've looked, I know about that. It is expensive.
Yeah.
Because nowadays they make everything out of cotton, out of
well, you can't even pronounce those radiant, or I don't even know. They're just they're unnatural chemicals. They're not even from
rayon.
It's the reason why we could be so comfortable if we just if we had linen sheets, we'd sleep fine. There's a lot of things we can do to prevent ourselves from these things and these attacks. Especially, you can go out in your backyard when it's summertime, obviously, but if you knew the right plants that were good, your backyard, you can survive off of what's in your backyard, weeds alone. There's a plant called plantain. It grows out of sand, dirt. I've seen it grow out of a telephone pole, and you can make a paste out of that, and that takes away. I've seen it take away a bug bite. And
let me ask you a
less
question.
2 minutes.
Let me ask you guys, all of you guys, a question. Okay, you go out in the backyard, you have weeds. Okay, all kinds of weeds. Now, they call dandelions weeds. Why is a dandelion the only weed that has a name? The reason why is if you take dandelions and you pull them up with the roots, you can boil them
and turn them into a tea.
You can turn it into a tea, and it's very healthy for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only weed that has a name.
You know, when I was growing up in Virginia, we had, this is the mind control, you know, the elites were doing, is we had all those dandelions in the front yard, and my dad was out there with a weed killer tube, spraying all the dandelions to kill, you know, with weed killer, you know.
That
So,
now causes some bad stuff to people.
and the thing of it is, you know, these elite people, you know, they probably knew it, and they wanted, as part of the pharmaceutical industry, you know, to, you know, kill every weed plant that somebody will catch on that, you know, is good for you, you know. So yeah, I mean,
why did they name it Roundup? That's kind of a weird name, Roundup. Like, let's round them up.
Round them up.
I mean, they'll do anything,
and they're still doing it. You see these people, you know, like I live in Arizona, and they're out there spraying. You know, there's little, you know, weeds coming up.
Arizona.
And the thing of it is, you know, the landscapers, it's kind of like, you know, that it's for something for them to do. You know, it's kind of like they're killing. You know, I always thought I'd go up in the mountains in some of these areas where they're hiking, and the landscaper crews are up there like shaving everything down. And I don't know if they're spraying. I didn't see that, but I'm going like, oh, what are the rabbits and the coyotes and the other creatures going to eat?
No,
you know,
no kidding. They blow off a lot of seed
like,
and stuff.
And this is desert. This is not like Virginia or Kentucky. This is desert.
No, I've been to Arizona. Arizona's.
They're just killing everything.
I can't believe they're doing that out there. Wow. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, it's you
know what, you guys know what parslane is? It's like it's the most common weed that like grows in gardens. I've just always taught to like pull it out, like pull out the weeds in the garden, weed the gardens. But it's called parslane. It's like got like a red stalk and this real succulent green little leaves on it. But it grows everywhere. I know everybody's seen it, and I guess it's a super food. And it has so much stuff in it that it'll prevent you from getting cancer, and it just has omega fatty acids in it. It has so much, and it also boosts your immune system. And it's very. I've tasted it. It's good. It's very good. And actually, they'd sell it in England for salads and stuff. But here we were taught to pull those out. I mean, those.
Of course. Apparently,
right. That's the one. That's the one that I was talking about. Grows out of dirt and sand and telephone poles. I'm sorry. The other thing I was talking about grows out in your front yard. My bad.
Well, you know, apparently, because like I know people from other countries, Australia, New Zealand, all of that, and you know, they come here to visit. They go home, and they tell us, well, they like the taste of our food here, but when they eat it, they feel so sluggish and full. But their food that they have, because they don't have all the chemicals, the dyes, the colors, whatever, they don't have all that. That's why our food that we make here is not allowed to be sold to other countries. It's not allowed to be in there. It's banned.
Crazy.
Well, it's that way for a reason. Apparently, the free world, which is what we're called, you know, the free country, we don't need to be like that. And they could care less if they kill us because, you know, they don't make our food any good. They do all kinds of crap. And it's sad when Texas and Florida have to put a ban on them selling lab-grown meat in our states.
Oh my gosh, that's disgusting. I've seen crazy stuff about that. That's, oh my god.
Shadow, have you heard about canned soup or whatever? Have you heard about that?
Yeah.
No,
I'm scared.
I'm asking Lawrence, Brenda. I'm not sure.
I think I might have, man. I think I did hear something about it. I'm afraid what you're about to say.
Turns out the guy, the CEO, was caught on audio that he was selling his customers 3D printed meat at the same time calling them poor. And he just screwed himself over.
I did hear that. I knew you were going to say, yep.
Like, I'm wondering how much.
I don't need Campbell soup.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, I went through the house and threw all mine away.
Anything that says bioengineered food ingredient, I'm trying to not touch. I mean, it's like everywhere,
Right.
and I look on packages now, not to see the nutritional value, but to see what names I can't pronounce in the ingredients. Why and like look that shit up. It's no bueno. And then like if it says bioengineered, why is it bioengineered? Why is
Right.
it being tampered with?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you making Nephilim food, dude?
You know, there was a guy, one of my neighbors. He brought by some food because he gets, somebody doesn't want. I mean, he brings me over some of these food and stuff, and so he brought me over some of these barbecue ribs. So it's like, oh my god, I love barbecue ribs and stuff. So I started like cutting it and stuff. It was real tender, but there was a plastic tube,
Oh.
like in it, like what you guys are talking about. And then I started to research, this biologically created food, and I'm going like, oh my god, that's what this is. It's like they're growing this food,
They're
and
feeding
it's
us lab experiments.
yeah.
We
And
are
I
lab
started to look at
Yeah,
it,
I mean, dude, this is
and
nuts.
it did look like I mean, it like a spare rib, but it was like soft, but it had almost a straw, like a plastic straw in it, and the meat was like attached to the straw thing. It was crazy,
Well,
and
I
I'm
can't.
thinking,
I
oh
don't
my
eat
god.
seafood. Stay away from seafood. I love seafood, but learning what I know about that stuff, and like just
I'll tell you what I do when I want seafood. We have an Oriental place up here, a store, and they have a box that sits next to their meat department, and they've got blue crabs in them, and they they escape and run through the store, right?
oh, they have them in a tank, huh?
They're in a box sitting right there, and they just get
Oh,
up and run around.
oh, but they're
And the
alive.
lady, yes, and the lady has to go catch them. And I sat there one day and I watched them running around. I was like, hey, if they make it to the door, I'm going to open the door for them and let them out, and then I'm going to grab it and take it home so I can make it
Get an
because
aquarium. Or you're gonna eat it.
it's fresh.
Oh, you're gonna eat it. I'd keep it as a pet. No, there's a lot of things I have to. We all got to make sure we pray over everything we put in our body first.
Oh,
I think we
yeah.
all know that, but
Definitely.
I know some of us, and I do, get lazy and I forget to do it. Half the time it's habitual that you got a snack, you put it in your mouth, and you don't pray over this item that you get at the store or anything. Even if you hunted it yourself, pray over everything you eat, or pray thanks, or pray for protection. Pray that God gets rid of all the poison, because doesn't he say something that we'll drink serpent's venom, but we won't die, or something like that? Is that like have anything to do with that? If we,
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Even he knew that eventually people were going to start feeding us stuff that we shouldn't be eating.
so I'm just praying and having faith that every time that I do pray and I get something, that it's not going to harm me. And if I have faith, I know that's going to be it's the case. I mean, faith with a mustard seed can move mountains. So I just it's hard to not. It's hard to not. You can't get away from it anymore. It's crazy. You have to like sustain yourself, and if you want like get like chickens, instead get pheasants, because they actually are easier to maintain and they lay a lot of eggs and they're really nutritious. And you don't have to refrigerate. I mean, you don't have to feed them as much. And it's like instead of having a chicken coop and all that stuff, you can have little pheasants, and they produce natural good eggs and stuff, and just certain like things like that. You can have something like that, and it's small, and it's not very. But we all need to start being in a place where we can get ready.
I want to. Yeah, but I want to tell you there's something else sneaky going on. Abe, I don't know if you've seen the article that was put out about the plane that was dropping bags of these vaccines for the wild so that they don't get rabies. Well,
Whoa.
the problem is, and they're doing it around Texas, and the problem is that people are seeing these bags and picking them up. Well, what they're doing is they are in contact with live viruses. Okay.
Oh gosh, dude.
And I don't think that that's even good for wild animals, if you ask me.
There's no fucking vaccine for rabies. Holy
I
shit.
know. Well, it's like I always tell everybody, when you give your dogs a vaccine for rabies, they still put your dog to sleep if they
You're literally putting that thing
bite
inside you.
somebody.
It's crazy.
Or yeah, it's ridiculous. I seen that article and I was like, wait a minute, what?
It's
And
like,
they're telling
this. It's like it's not anti-venom. It's not like you're
yeah. And they're telling people, if you see these things, stay away from them. Keep your children away from them. Don't even let your house pets anywhere near them.
Who knows
Because,
what they put in that?
Well,
Also,
now
with
let me tell you what they said about it, Lawrence, and you should know this. They said that after 15 days of somebody coming in contact with that, or animals eating it, wild animals, if they are anywhere around you or around your pets, it sheds within 15 days to other people.
You mean like it doesn't even have to be through a bite? It's just now through
airborne.
Wow.
Yes.
Airborne.
Wow, that's weaponized. That's definitely.
So don't think that I'm not pissed off about this.
I mean, I know with the COVID vaccine, they were putting I don't know, the DNA shit, the RNA or whatever with the AIDS virus, and they were attaching it onto the coronavirus to make like that is like, what are you doing?
Yep.
And it just doesn't make any sense. And honestly, I think viruses are that's spiritual stuff.
Abe, it might be a good idea before you let your dogs out in the yard for you to do a walk around your yard and make sure nothing has dropped in the yard while you were sleeping.
Like, what is it? Like, what am I looking for again?
They said that it's a small bag, like a little plastic bag, apparently. And when it falls from the plane, it lands on the ground and it kind of breaks open a little bit, and then it puts these little things out so that the animals like skunks or raccoons or whatever, they're supposed to be doing it out in the woods, but you know, they're doing it off a plane. They're going to land everywhere. Watch. So
what happens if a cryptid gets a hold of that stuff? Like running around like, Argh!
No, I imagine it would disappear before it even picked it up. But they're probably smarter than that. But yeah, definitely you got to keep it away from your dogs. You know, make sure there isn't. And if you do see it, don't touch it with your hands. Find something else. Get it out of there. Clean. Spray it down with water. If you have to, pour bleach on that shit. You know, because it's not saying it's good. I can probably try to see if I can find that article again. If I find it again, Abe, I'll send it to you.
Alrighty.
So that way you've got it so you can see what it says. But it's not good stuff at all. And I thought, you know, okay, here's what they're doing. Lawrence, they can't get us by trying to go through our doctor or anything else. So they're doubling down. And now they're just going to drop it from a damn plane.
Spray us. Yep. Spray us like roaches. Yep.
Wow. It's ridiculous. I'm telling you, I'm waiting for a mothership so I can get off this rock. I need to go somewhere else.
Me too.
Take me to Mars. I'll just colonize it myself.
I'm telling you, take me from over the Antarctic, over that ice wall. I want to go over there.
I just need a little land out somewhere in the middle of nowhere.
Hi, Jason. But yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, it is just, it's so incredible. And you know, it's sad that we've actually gone through all this stuff all of our lives and we never even knew it until we got old enough to understand.
Man.
Yeah.
That's why there's so much disease and then obesity in this country, like outstanding, like way, like it just, and then it becomes a marketing thing for weight loss crap. It's just all a freaking scam, man. And it's wow. It's I just never heard of half the problems that they when they advertise medications for this thing, this thing, this thing, and this thing. It's like I never even heard of that. What is that? And then the side effects that it could cause, like that's why would I want any of that? Gosh, man. I bet if I mixed mad cow disease and rabies together, I can create a freaking zombie virus. I mean,
well, that's what people are saying that this is going to end up causing.
I mean,
and I'm over here going,
oh,
great.
That vaccine might mutate because viruses they can mutate and they mutate and they
yes.
they can go dormant and maybe in 2 more years, everybody who got that's going to be eating people's faces.
Well, that's why, when we get flus every year, okay, flus change, and every couple of years they do that. They mutate into something bigger.
I don't get the flu anymore.
I haven't. I couldn't even get COVID. I tried, so my immune system could fight it, but I never even got it.
Hey, Lawrence, another thing I want to point out when you're talking about the whole flu thing, this was years ago. You notice how a lot of people started eating nosebleeds, especially during the summer because of all the heat?
They were doing what? Getting nosebleeds?
Yeah, a lot because of obviously the heat. Like your body would overheat, and you need to get rid of some of the blood to let it cool off. When's the last time you actually got a nosebleed?
When I got punched in the face. I don't get nosebleeds ever.
But did you used to get any when you were younger? Because I remember getting a lot, but since I
know a lot of people that used to, and sometimes they would get them real bad. Like I had friends who had kids that when they get roughing around too much, they would get a nosebleed. They'd have to hold their head back. Sometimes they could almost drown in their own blood. It'd be so bad.
Yeah, that's nowadays. It's like the blood's gotten so thick that it's clogging up. And there's more blood clots that are also happening to everybody because whatever we've been eating these past couple of years, making our blood thicker than what it should be.
Yep.
And not to mention all the medications and how the doctors are pushing all this stuff, and the people are the doctor trying to push certain medications on us, like they're doing
congealing. Good, man.
Yeah, and people were already skeptical of doctors to begin with. Like we're trying to just stay natural. That's why you get some of these people who refuse vaccinations and all that. So they knew they weren't going to get us with doctors, so they're trying other approaches. Foods we already eat, they're spraying with pesticides, and what they're doing, what Brenda said right now, but they're trying to get us with the freaking packages. Yeah. They're trying to make it airborne, despite the fact some of which they already have been airborne.
And they have not stopped chemtrailing. It's 100%. Florida, we're going to cancel that. Forget it. This stuff is worldwide. They keep doing it. There's no stopping it.
I mean, it almost feels like when you're outside sometimes that even if it's like 75 degrees, that it's hot because the sun is hot. Like the sun is just beaming down on you, and it shouldn't feel like that because it never used to.
And they say that they use the chemtrails to block the sun so that it isn't that hot, but they're blocking something that's natural. They're playing God. They're playing God by doing all this stuff, and they need to leave it alone. They need to stop.
Isn't it a certain light or whatever that's supposed to be good for us? Like, you know how like vitamin D, the sun converts vitamin D into energy or something?
Yep.
I mean, maybe because the sun's white. It used to be freaking yellow. I don't know. I mean, from where I'm at, that's what I'm seeing.
It was always yellow. Now it's white. Yep. And I started researching this in 1995 in Arizona as far as the spray, and I called the tower down there. I don't know how I got it, but I said, who controls the airspace? And, they said Albuquerque, New Mexico. I said, well, what's flying and spraying up there? And the guy, he kind of let out that, it was controlled by Albuquerque, New Mexico, the airspace. So basically what that is, it's a military operation that's been doing this.
Yes.
And it's outside it's the secret government that is paralleling our own government.
Well, they're not using planes anymore, Scott. Now they're using drones.
Well, yeah, they're using everything but the kitchen sink, to spray us.
How are you holding up, Abe?
I'm doing good. I'm just listening.
Okay.
Listening to y'all talk about all this.
Good.
I do get nosebleeds, by the way, on my left nostril. It's a daily thing for me. From surgery that they
Sorry,
did.
guys.
No, I had a broken nose in the military. They did like 3 operations in Sam Houston, Fort Sam Houston, and then they did the turbinates here on at the VA. But I do bleed every day. Every day I wake up and I do have blood, but it's kind of like anticoagulant, like hard, like a
Yeah.
you can see the blood and hard, like it's anticoag. What do you call it? Anticoagulated, like
Yeah.
it's hard.
Coagulated.
Yeah, get that on my left nostril.
Gonna put some Vicks Vapor Rub up there or something.
Well, then the medicine, the Flonase that were giving me, they're like, oh, don't take it because they found that it was contaminated and all this stuff. So shit. So
Yeah.
it's like I don't even
Doesn't
want to
that
take
stuff
that
cause
anymore.
hypertension or like
They said it was contaminated. The Flonase I was taking.
I mean, is
They had
one
a
of the side
recall
effects of like
on the Flonase.
is one of the side effects of those the stuff that you squirt up your nose can cause like a hypertension type of energy, like a not a good type of energy, but it's one I don't
Yeah.
know. I know I experienced that before.
It's
That's why.
when you take it, it's kind of like you feel like you're gonna sneeze, something like that. But I haven't taken it. They sent me another bottle, but I don't even know if I want to take it.
Yeah, I'd be afraid that stuff would
And
make my.
he's all right. He's a soldier, ex soldier. We're gonna use him as a guinea pig. I'm not trying to sound like Donald Trump. We're just gonna use him. We'll call ICE to go give him the medications. He's a Mexican. No, motherfucker. I'm a combat veteran, bitch. And that's it. I voted for the guy.
Yeah.
Hey, folks, I gotta sign off
I
here.
voted for the guy, but you know what?
I gotta get going here. So,
Once a warrior, always a warrior.
Abe, thanks for the show, and I'll try
No
to get
problem.
on. I'll try to be. I gotta sign off here. So
You have a
it's
good
nice
night.
chatting with all you guys and ladies and gentlemen. And
Don't be such a stranger, Scott.
Yeah,
well,
this got
I've been
really interesting.
Yeah, I've just been busy with a lot of different, music research, music stuff lately. So I'll try to get on more often. So take care, everybody. Good night, and let Jesus be with you, man.
Absolutely.
So, bye.
You too. Bye, Scott.
Good night, brother Scott.
One thing too about like going to doctors, like if we know like anything about what the word doctor means, it's like comes from the root word doctori, which means to come into agreement with. So whenever the doctor tells you and what you have and gives you the diagnosis, he's pretty much putting that on you. It's witchcraft. It's a magic spell.
Yeah. That's why
I had a bad experience almost a few years ago. This is years ago. I got MRSA. Do you guys know what MRSA is?
Yep.
So I got in my face, in my nose, and I knew something was wrong, but I couldn't tell. I had like it was during the summertime. My nose is dry, and I had a little cut or whatever, and I noticed it kept bothering me. It kept itching. And a couple days go by, and I woke up, and all of a sudden, the next day when I get up, I feel weird. I look in the mirror, and my face is like one side is blown up, and I called my buddy, and I said, "Hey, come over here," because we all worked at the same place, and he like kind of ran the place too, and he come over, and I said, "Hey man, I do not think that I'm going to make it to work today." He's like, "I don't think you are either." So he said, "I'm going to follow you up to the hospital." I already knew what I thought I had because I knew my friend's kid had MRSA, and I know that stuff lies dormant. And this is like he had it a year ago, so I picked it up from somewhere in that house, and I touched my face, and we all have it in our nose anyways. It's just a fact of the matter that I had got it directly into my bloodstream, and since we do have it, our natural we all have the MRSA bacteria on our nose. That's what's crazy. And it's weird how, keep your fingers out of your nose for one. Don't
Right.
pick your nose. It's no
Right.
good. And eating boogers is not, I'm sure this does not boost your immune system. That's a wife's tale. But anyways, uh, when I had gotten that, I went and I was trying to tell the doctor, I know what I have. I was miserable. I felt like I was about to die, and I was trying to tell him, look, this is MRSA. I'm freaking out because I know that it's in my face. So if it goes anywhere, it's going to go in my bloodstream. It's going to cause sepsis and necrosis, and then all my organs will fail. And that's right where the brain is. That I knew. I was smart enough to know that was serious. And I was in the hospital for 7 days, and they had me on the most highest antibiotic known to man, and it was not taking the infection away. And I was on Dilaudid, like a lot of Dilaudid, and it was the only thing that was like, oh, this is not so bad. And I had to I had to opt out for visitors because my mom came in there and she started acting like crazy about it because I didn't contact her, and I looked bad. And then when I told her what I thought I knew, it was weird, and I wasn't trying to have it, so I opted out. So I was there by myself. These doctors were telling me all these things they could do, but they didn't want to lance it. They didn't want to drain it because if they did the wrong thing, it would kill me 100%. It was just that dire. And I'm like, okay, well, I got sick of being there, and I had no change for 7 days. And I had gotten up, went and got to the poster board, grabbed a thumbtack, went into the bathroom, looked at my nose, poked my nose, squeezed my face. And I'm sorry for being graphic here, but the sound was like dumping a bucket of water in the bathtub.
Yep.
And an hour later, the doctor comes in and says, "Wow, you starting to look really good." And they're like, I'm gonna get the main doctor, and we're gonna see what he thinks about everything. Well, they released me that day. Well, fuck too. I did it myself. Unfortunately, after having MRSA, I got it a couple times in other places. I got it right here on my face. I got a little scar from it. I got it on my back over here. I had it on my knee once, but I'm now more prone to getting infections if I get cut. However, after that, I stopped getting sick. Like I stopped getting a cold. I stopped getting sick, period. And then I noticed every year, twice a year, I would get sick, like a season change. I would guarantee I'd be sick for 3 days or a week. And then when flu season came around, I might have caught something, whatever. And after getting MRSA, the last thing I got was COVID. And I got it. I've probably gotten that cycled around 2 or 3 different times. It just each time it wasn't the same. And the last time, the sickness lasted for about 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and it just progressively just got worse. And I just could not figure out what was wrong with me. And that was the last time I was sick, and that was last year. And yeah, that was really bad. But other than that, I don't get a cold. I don't really, my allergies aren't bad anymore. I stopped going to the hospital for everything. I do not go to the hospital if I'm sick, because the last time that I had to go get stitches, I left, and that's where I got that nasty stuff that I just told you from, the hospital. So that's a place where demons love to be. I know some people can't help, where they, I mean, the life is what life is. The world is what the world is. But if you can catch it early, I will not go to the doctors. I will always turn to Christ first. If I get cancer or something like that, I will never get treatment. I will let God take care of it. It's all natural for me from now on. And I barely like taking Tylenol. I don't like having headaches, and I don't have them very often, but when I do, the only thing that works is Excedrin, and that's the only thing I'll take. And I just want to get away from that too. I mean, I take turmeric. Turmeric's wonderful. This right here.
Yes, turmeric is.
Will kill any infection. There's no need for antibiotics for me. And I can't take antibiotics. They'll kill me. I mean, if that MRSA is still in me, and the more antibiotics you take, the more resilient that bacteria gets, and then one day you're dead. I mean, that could happen, and I got to be careful when it comes to getting cut or getting some kind of infection, because I can't just run to the doctors, get on antibiotic and do this or whatever. But there's things that you can do to prevent all of that from happening. You just got to do
Right.
your due diligence and just do it.
Yeah.
And then pair that with the healing power of Christ, because Christ heals. I mean,
Yep.
if it is His will, if that is His will, that's what He'll do. But I mean, I would really like to get those books before they're not available, about all the plants and everything that have all these medicinal purposes, and just really dive into that, because my ancestors, our ancestors, knew that stuff, and that is like knowledge that's been forgotten. Like, does anybody know how to preserve meat whenever we can't refrigerate stuff? Because I sure don't, and I'd like to learn.
I know it has something to do with burying it, but
Yeah, I heard that.
I'm not sure. Like
Salt too,
yeah,
but I don't know how it works. I don't know how that works.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure that if we can find an elder, somebody or another, they might know. But
I wish my great grandfather was still alive.
right?
I mean, the elder Cherokee, he would have known.
Yeah, life is just too complicated nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
My my little brother was onto something one day when he said, "I really think that people ought to just live off the land and uh, trade trade avocado or trade foods, for
The
food."
system of trading, the
Yeah.
barter system. Yeah, they should. I mean, that's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be working and toiling at the ground to
I'm,
sustain and live.
I'm gonna go find me an Amish family to adopt me. I think that's the best thing. I'll just go live with the Amish
Yeah,
people.
just watch, because some of those
They're
people
great.
are they practice some sorcery, man, and they don't put
Really?
eyes and noses and mouths on their dolls for a reason, because they're afraid that a demonic spirit will get into a doll, so they don't want to put eyes, so it doesn't have anything to see, hear, or speak out of, or whatever the shit. But
Well, I mean, that might be a good thing, though. I mean, you don't
and,
want a evil spirit in a doll, so
but
maybe
who's putting evil
they're doing
spirits
that
in
for
their doll?
good.
Though, I mean, there's some Amish people, man. They do some witchcraft.
When I lived in Ohio, I knew quite a few of them, and they were just very peaceful,
Mm.
very caring people.
Down here in Sugar Creek, I've had nothing but good experiences.
Yeah.
But then you see shows about like the Pennsylvania Amish with the Amish Mafia stuff. Whenever that was popular, I don't know how many years ago that was. Amish Mafia. I thought that was fake, but that's real. They're and they're gangsters and they're
I
Amish.
mean, I like the fact that Amish children
I don't.
they don't have the problems our children have. I like the fact that they hardly rarely ever get sick. And I like the fact that they grow their own food, they cook their own food, they slaughter their
Wrong.
own food. Yes, all the men they work as a community. Like
Mhm.
all the men will get one day, the women will all be cooking and laying out food, and the men will be putting up a barn. It takes them one day for a big ass barn
Yep.
because
One
they work as one
day.
community.
It's amazing. I've seen them put up a frame of a house, man. I like the cheese factory too. They make some amazing cheese, man. You go and you can test any kind of cheese that they have up there. And well, I'm lactose intolerant now. It don't matter, but gosh, yeah. But
And Cynthia, they have a book on it, but they never did before. Now, here's my thinking on this, knowing how the government does things. What is the one community they tried to come down on for selling their beef or having their own food grown? And they didn't want that happening. So why not say bad things about them and make people believe that they're bad people? I mean, you never know nowadays. It's a bunch of slimy business. Because I've never had a bad experience with Amish people.
No,
And I mean, they can the best stuff. They
oh
they
yeah,
they cook, their pastries are awesome and off the chain. And
yeah,
everything in it
yes.
is natural, and they make it themselves. They grow it themselves. So I don't
That's
know,
not too
man.
far from me, actually. It's been so. I used to go there all the time with my grandmother, and I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
But I would love to. I know I'm pretty capable about certain things, but I would just love to know more. Like I'm so invested in like the spirituality stuff, but I need to start learning stuff about what God had made intended for, as far as what He had put on this earth for us to use, and what is out there, and what to be knowledgeable about that. Um, I'm not doing that, and I should be doing that. I should be learning survival stuff, and maybe taking some classes. Even though I know some things, it doesn't mean that I can go out in the forest and survive. Uh, Whatever, if I have to. Maybe I might not, but I know that that's going to be a thing that I might have to do here soon. I mean, all of us might have to take to the hills, take to the mountains, like
I know, right?
Israel, man. Like we're gonna have to go and into the desert and wander because there's gonna something. We're gonna have to
Hey.
flee in the hills.
Hey,
Yeah.
Abe, we're all going to get together and we're going to go invade an underground city and kick out the elite.
We could
Right.
do that. I would rather be safe at a high elevation more than anywhere lower.
No, that's true.
At least by 2027, if anybody knows what they're probably going to do.
Well, hopefully they're not, but you never know with these
Russ
people.
Dizdar, I didn't know that Russ Dizdar spoke about this in his book, The Black Awakening.
Yep.
But I knew that something was going to happen before I even knew about Russ. And I knew something like this was going to happen after that. But just recently, I got tied in with me. And I kind of, it's personal, but I'm kind of tied in with Russ in a way. That's all I'm going to say about that. But knowing what I know now, I was watching the 21 CD podcast with John. He was on Tony Merkel's channel. And as I was talking in the chat, because he was doing lives for the first time, I was talking in his chat, and I started talking about some stuff because I know they're going to, I know what they're going to do in 2027, and I know why they're going to do it, and I know it's inside attack. It's kind of like a 9/11 thing, but on a bigger scale. It's going to cause the oceans to recede to the point where a tsunami is going to come, and it's going to be statewide. I mean, it's going to literally, if you live in Kentucky, you're going to probably need to build a boat. You need to get somewhere in the middle or get somewhere high in the elevation. Look at the doomsday map, see where the land that the elites purchased. But this is, if it gets exposed, they'll change it, or they'll change maybe how they'll do it. But they're going to do it, and they're going to do it to set up 2030. And a lot of people have been awakening, and the problem with a lot of people awakening up to things, it usually comes with a lot of people dying. When God awakens up people, that means that he's awakening them up because something is coming. And I'm not talking about the end of the world or anything just yet, but something is coming, and it's our own people that do it to us. It's our own brethren, or maybe I don't know, but it's an attack from the shadow government, whatever. It's gonna kill a lot of people, and I don't care about saying this, and I know maybe some people know on here what I'm talking about, but it's been exposed one time on somebody's show, but he didn't say everything. But the crazy thing about this is I had a dream about this before this even happened, and it led me to like look at some stuff. And at first, I was seeing a bunch of people around the world were having dreams about an asteroid hitting somewhere in the Pacific Ocean and causing causing this thing. And then a second one, smaller one, came, and it was this thing, this phenomenon that was going around, and it had something to do with like the Armageddon or whatever. But that was like they called it wormwood, and it was going to land. It was going to kill a third of people on the earth, turn the waters bitter or whatever. But I was thinking that was going to be the thing that happened in 2027, and this is like something that I known when I started awakening to stuff, and I'm talking about like over over 9 years now. This is not something that happened 9 years ago. So I knew in 2027, by this time I needed to be prepared because something was going to happen. Now I fast forward to things, and I'm really trying to like speak this out a lot about people that I know too. And there's people that I do know that are in North Carolina that are on the coast that I need to talk to and speak to this personally. And I think everybody should know. And I don't care if I get killed over it; it's whatever. I have military ties, so I do know some things, and I know. And if it doesn't happen, thank God. But I know that it keeps me up every night. I cry about it all the time. Um, I'm trying to be more open about it, but they're going to. I just a lot of people. The world is gonna change in a big way.
Oh yeah.
In a big way, and if you're seeing what I'm seeing, uh, it's leaning that way. But when I was on the live and I was typing in his chat, I was talking about this stuff as the host of the show. I wasn't even I like phased out on him because I was conversating with some people that I knew in there. He started talking about Russ, and that's why I said I knew Russ. You know, I kind of like lived in. You know, it's crazy. That's why I said I know how he died. He was assassinated by a witch coven in Akron. I like know some things, and I know uh, people that grew up with him. I was roommates with him. I stayed in the same house as him and in the same room, and I was supposed to get a hold of him to help me out with the problems that I was having with the entity that was responsible for pretty much destroying my family and killing my wife. Boy, wow. I was trying to get in contact with him to help, and they were going to, but he was in a missionary up in Africa, so they said, and he was doing something there to wage spiritual warfare or have a revival, but actually he was about to expose an SRA ring of the likes that nobody's ever seen. And when I say it's an SRA ring, I'm talking about these people aren't human. And he was assassinated and killed over that because it was about to blow up, and everybody that was a part of that, all the documents, and it was around COVID. That was a perfect cover up for that. And when I say that this was the top of the top, these are the gatekeepers of that whole ordeal. And I've been really pushing to get into stuff like that. I talk about it a lot. Crazy thing is I didn't know that Russ spoke about in this book, The Black Awakening, everything leading up to that point and what they're going to do in 2027 has to do with that, the flood 2.0 or the destruction that they're going to cause because they can control the weather. They're going to do something that's going to be like checkmate. 2023, they'll have complete control over people, so they can do the new the one world order. Things are going to change, and everybody's going to be in such strife, and are going to need a hero as somebody to look up to. They're going to bend a knee.
Not me. I only have one, and it's no good.
I really hope I'm wrong about this, but I've known some things for quite a while, and I just didn't know how it was going to play out. And as I'm sitting here right now, I do, and I am more courageous than I was, and I really am. I'm really thinking that if I'm going to be on this little journey that God is putting me on, because I'm going to be traveling for a little bit, but I am also just found out some things that if I can pick up where Russ left off, that's something I would die for, because I pray to God every day that He uses me as a vessel to stop people like that in any way possible. Just praying about it doesn't help, and sometimes you have to do something if you can. But not everybody is called for anything like that. And I don't. I'll do whatever God calls me to do, and if that's not what it is, that's not what it is. But I really want to make a difference, and I think that has to do with the fact that I know that this generation coming up is so important that this is not even about me. I would sacrifice my life just to do that for future warriors to be trained up.
Well, the generation we have out running around right now, they better get their shit together. That's all I'm saying. They better.
I tell everybody about this, and they kind of lightweight believe me. But then, yet when I try to tell them that it probably takes 6 hours if you sit down and listen about some stuff, but they don't have time to listen about that, even if they could just pick increments to learn certain things to get the knowledge. But yet they're like, well, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like, okay, well, you don't know all you want, but I do know, and I can tell you right now that
I'm curious with Andres. What do you think?
I think we all need to build a freaking our own little
no, I was talking
thing together and
Andreas.
Just survive like the Walking Dead. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Andreas.
These past few couple of decades, they've been erasing God. And about terms of the generation coming up, everybody, not most of us, especially in the U.S. and a few other countries, immigrations are coming in and they're erasing Christianity, which ain't well God really, but that's mostly targeted nowadays with the slaughters, especially here in the U.S., where the immigrants and the UK are fighting to restore Christ. And about what Shadow Wolf was saying, we're trying to get them back into schools. That we're trying to train or start up young warriors, because that's what eventually what we're all trying to be. We're just trying to rise against the darkness that's been here ever since.
Future parents need to take incentive to homeschool instead of all that. Screw the schools, man.
That's what's been happening. People have been taking their kids out of school and homeschooling them, and the system doesn't want that to happen.
Yeah.
And a few parents, when they were trying to push all this, no offense against the community, the LGBTQ, whatever, most teachers nowadays are teaching with their feelings. They're teaching their own ideologies and trying to get mixed in and trying to indoctrinate these kids.
Yeah.
And I this video is like a few years ago. There was this mom that came into the classroom, and the classroom was actually, in my opinion, it looked like a history class, or social studies one, because there was a map of the world, which in my opinion was social studies. Covering it was a rainbow flag. The mother that came in there straight up tore it down and said, "I'm paying you to teach my kid about school, not whatever the heck this is." The teacher straight up told her, like, get out. And then you can tell she was trying to give into her emotions, said she's not supposed to be there, but she came in because of what her son was telling her. And then she decided she was going to call security.
Yeah, like, that has no place there. School is a place for learning. I mean, it's supposed to be. It's a place to get education.
Exactly, and that's why that's why a lot of teachers are quitting too. When I was growing up, and I'm Gen Z. I'm on the younger side. I'm in my early 20s. We still showed our teachers respect, but you can tell it was tipping towards the other side. And I graduated back in 2020, just as the pandemic hit. And I didn't get to have a freaking graduation. My sister did, but I didn't.
Wow.
My graduation was me going through to get my diploma and my cap and gown. I was driving through, and I get it through my passenger side window.
That's ripped, bro. I'm sorry, man.
Not only that, I didn't even go to freaking. And the only good thing that came out of it was that the only good thing was I didn't have to fill out my community hours, which I had a few hours missing, but that was the only good thing.
That sucks. But you had to go through all that stuff your whole life. You didn't get the gratification to actually know what it feels like to be like, oh, I'm done. Like, I graduated in 99, so I had to go through all that, and I didn't like it. I didn't want to be there. I felt ridiculous in that gown. I was always awkward anyways, never paid attention in school because I didn't belong there. That was not how I was good at learning, and only certain subjects I excelled in, like math. No way. Like I didn't even understand what all this complicated algebraic this over the whatever power with this. When am I going to use that? I'm not.
I had the same thoughts, and I remember taking a tape test or whatever to get to get a certain score, and then you pass school. And some of the questions I didn't even understand, or they were higher than what they should have been. And Beyond, I think you mentioned this earlier in a few lives, caught more than a few actually, that they're trying to figure out which students are smarter than the others to see if they can find some way to target them and go
Yes.
after them.
They used to pull kids out of school for projects.
Yeah, pink drinks and hearing test things. Here, beep beep. Do you hear this sound?
Yeah,
That's
I
the gate
remember
program.
I remember that happening to me a couple times during elementary and middle school.
Oh, they
I do. I may or may not
They're
remember.
still doing it.
When I was in school, yes, and I graduated from high school in 2020. So,
I had no idea.
Yeah, I didn't either. Like that's the thing. I have some issues with the hearing in my left ear, and I could hear most of the beeps, but some beats I wasn't sure of myself, so I didn't raise my hand. But I remember only me and a few kids actually left the classroom, and they started doing that.
I was anxious when I went through that. Like I was really scared I wasn't hearing it right, and I got really
That's
I
what
didn't
was
like it.
I mean, I wasn't sure if I was hearing it. I'm not sure if I was making it up or if I was actually hearing it.
That test is for a certain thing and to see if people can pick up on certain things for special stuff. And did you drink the pink drink that tastes like bubble gum? Does it still taste like bubble gum?
See, I thought I remembered a shark, but I don't know if I made that part up. But I don't remember something pink. But apparently, that according to other kids, they're not sure either because that drink did something to their minds to where they either don't remember or they think it was a dream. And I'm one of the ones who's not sure if I took it or not.
Interesting, very interesting.
But I
remember the pink drink, and I remember it tastes like bubble gum. And we're talking about back in the 80s.
I'm early 2000, so they're probably still doing the test. Probably not right now, but they probably are. But in certain schools,
they probably got what they need. Sure.
I went through that elementary and middle school. High school, I don't remember them doing it to me at high school. I don't remember that. I don't remember if that happened in high school because I wasn't the one selected.
No, it's one time, and it's a certain age group. And I never understood it until recently why that was. Is that they were looking for special people that they can put in these programs to make assets.
Project Pegasus.
I heard it was Project
Gateway. I was younger.
It's a bunch of them. It's nuts, dude.
They would take us in and test our hand and eye coordination. Definitely.
I'm surprised it took me because I'm blind in one eye, so I'm surprised they even still took me. And that was in my school records. You think
everybody?
You think they'll want to rat out, which is essentially damage goods, but they didn't. They still wanted me to take it anyway.
They pass it off that they're just making sure that your senses are right. Just so that if something's wrong, they can have it fixed. Like really.
They used to give you
our pediatrician is supposed to do.
They used to give you those little pills that they would have you chew on, and they said it was to see if you had plaque on your teeth.
I don't remember that.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
I'm probably quite a bit older than you guys, so.
Oh, that's okay.
Do you think that could have been like a gateway drug?
That was probably what the pink drink turned into, maybe.
It was like a blue gum.
Because they make you ingest something, and I don't understand why they make you. Why did they make you drink that drink? They don't tell you that shit. What was the purpose of them giving you something? And your parents don't. They're not the wiser about it.
Okay, when I went with the group, it was only me and maybe 4 or 5 other students there from different classes, or it was either from different classes or the same class in total.
Yeah, they would take people out in small groups, in certain groups.
Yep.
And I'm sure they do it differently now if they're still doing it, just because people start asking questions eventually.
Hey, Lawrence, you said that you, Brenda, you guys were all, Brenda, you might not know this, but Lawrence, have you heard of something called like a mall world? Have you heard of that?
Mall World. I look whenever Josh was having a live, and they were talking about dreams, I wanted to bring Mall World up. I can't believe you just said that. That's crazy. I just
Lawrence,
recently heard about
were
that.
you there when I told you, when I told Josh about, Wolf was talking about, him and Anthony were talking about old dreams and reality, the lines between the two of them, oh, they cross each other so many times. You're not sure what's real. Were you there when I told them my experience with it?
I I'm not sure. I
It
don't
was an
think so.
it was an open it wasn't a open line.
Was it a while ago?
Yeah, it had to be at least been like, I don't know, maybe a month or two ago.
All right. Okay. So maybe because about a little bit longer than that is when I came across something about these people having the same dream, and it's a mall world and it's connected.
Yeah.
And
Okay. Can, can you tell me what you remember real quick? Because I saw some people, and I remember having one dream. But when I was mentioning the line between reality and the dream world, crossing so many times, what's the most? Was there a certain room in there that seemed to peek out into this reality, as if you were and when you were awake? Several times.
I don't remember you. I don't think I would have remembered you talking about the mall world stuff. I don't think I heard you talk about that.
That's no.
But
I'm at.
I do know the bathrooms tend to uh, point out to everybody.
Yeah. Okay. What I'm about to say is really freaky to me because I, when I was growing up, excuse me, there was a mall. There's a mall I always go to with my family. The mall store right now. The one of the stores, one of them is closed down. This certain wing where I always saw, to me it would be like similar to an arcade. And what was weird about this was every single time I saw this thing when I was awake, I always felt, in a sense, put off by it. I only went in it once, but when I went in it, it was only during the dream. It wasn't in the real world.
So you are a mall world experiencer?
Mm, I, I'm not sure if
Maybe.
I am. I'm borderline because I mostly saw this place in the real world, but I only dreamed about it once, at least that I can recall.
Well, yeah, right. How many of us might have and don't remember?
But at some point, the place where I usually saw this thing, it stopped showing up. And where it was now is just a complete wall of concrete. I'm talking as if, like, the
Oh,
section where this was, it was never under construction. It's like the place just ceased to exist. But I'm gonna lead into the dream right now. I saw myself standing on the edge of the opening, and I go in. And the moment I go in, you know how you go to a new place, you feel so out of place, you feel something's off. You guys, do you guys know that feeling?
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what I felt. And what's even weirder was when I went into the arcade, no one was there. It is completely empty. And I felt so off about it. I just, I just wake up. I don't recall anything else after that or before, aside from what I just said. And this was after it stopped showing up in the real world from my perspective. That's when I actually went into it.
You think somebody's hacking our dreams?
I already know for a fact dreams can lead to other places.
Mm. I've had dreams, and I'd be in certain places that, like, I literally feel that they had to exist because it just felt so familiar. Like I have a feeling like I've been on the coast of like Maine or something like that. I've never been to Maine, but I had dreams. I had dreams about this place that was it was kind of out in a rural area, and they had this little shop, this little mom and pop shop where they made wooden crafts and all this wooden furniture and this nice stuff. When you walked in, there's chimes everywhere, and you smelt the smell of all the wood, the cedar and everything in there, and it was like that's really interesting for a dream that that my senses are really like doing that. Like I'm smelling everything as if you would walk into a, a store like a furniture store or getting a new car, the new car smell like that. That it's a smell you never forget because the sense of smell is the most powerful sense we have. You know that you never forget a smell. When you smell something, it could jog a memory like that. And I was in this dream and I could just vividly remember my senses were so heightened. And now thinking about it, when you're in the spirit, you know, your senses are heightened. And maybe I was somewhere. I just didn't realize I was because I just didn't put stock into dreams like I do now. Like, look, I'm trying to remember all kinds of dreams I used to have, and some dreams I remember like it's an actual memory of my life. Like I did it. Like there was one time, I don't know if I brought it up before, but when I was younger, I used to have werewolf dreams constantly or zombie dreams constantly. When I have werewolf dreams, they would go on for 3 nights in a row and continue where they left off perfectly. Like I remember that there was another girl that was in a class with me in school that was in my dream, and I remember she was like a key character in the dream because she was the first person that I came across that I had saved her and her sister. I didn't even know she even had a sister, but I guess she did. But I just thought that was like I would love to go to sleep because my dreams would be like a virtual movie to me. But I didn't realize that, dude, it's not entirely fake, man. That's not just something you're imagining. And I've always had this thing that knowing that monsters existed. It's just, you know, whatever. Now I know that they actually really do. I know how different it is, but I always wanted to hold on to that. So I always since I was a little kid drawn into that, but I don't know where it came from. I just know that things were so weird when I go to sleep, and I'd be the person who was fighting these things off. And it'd be so different from having a dream where you're like flying or like or you're running and it feels like you're running in quicksand, your teeth are falling out, or you've pissed yourself and like you're in the middle of like a bunch of people and you don't know what you're gonna do. And it's like those are like dreams that are supposed to mean a certain thing. If you can what is that called?
I heard that the one where well, okay, I had a dream like you did in terms of like your whole like you're basically losing every single one of your teeth. I heard that signifies you losing control or you're overloaded, full of stress or whatever. I had that dream. Now when I wake up, I'm going like, okay, I need to get up, and I just took that dream as in I need to brush my teeth because
I hated those dreams, man.
yeah, that dream scared me so much. I just did that.
I'm gonna tell myself, but this has happened to me when I was older too. But I had to go to the bathroom so bad in my dream that when I finally found a place to go, I woke up pissing myself. Like it happened, but I was like, I thought I was going to the bathroom, but here I was.
My cousin had like that.
Like, dude, wow, that was embarrassing. Thank God I was single at the time.
And that he really needs a bathroom real bad, and he saw a bathroom, and he went and he did the same thing as you did.
I'll be right back. My dog actually has to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. She's
I heard
at me. 1 second, guys. I'm sorry.
You have any dreams like that, Brenda? Abe, you got?
Yeah, ask Abe. I always have weird dreams.
I have dreams, but it's like from
what are you doing?
other time.
Oh, you need it, buddy.
Like other time, or should I say?
You okay?
From the past, like where maybe possibly a world is being cleansed or destroyed. I dreamt of a location like that. You know, it was this big dragon, red dragon, and it was the end of that time era because I was fighting the dragon or whatever, and there was this old man. He had one of those hats. He had a white beard, and he opened up you could say, a portal. He told me to go, and I went through the portal, and I woke up from the dream. You know, the man, what was that dream about? You know, but yeah, I seen this big red dragon. I guess that world was being cleansed or destroyed. You know, people say that this world has been destroyed numerous times. Then I've been in another time frame where you can see the pyramids, the ones in Mexico, the Mayans, and those pyramids over there. And I'm near I see myself, but not as a person, but as a spirit or an angel. And I'm talking to the person in charge, and he's sitting on top of the pyramid, and I'm telling him that all he has to do is ask God for forgiveness, repent for his sins, and this man don't want to how should I say uh, ask God for forgiveness, repent for his sins. But when I'm asking this question, you know, well, I'm saying it's me, but you know, I see this angelic being saying this. I see a big old wave that's just waiting on standby. Like imagine a black ocean because it's being cleansed, and it's just waiting there to see what the guy's going to say. And when he said no, he just came crashing down. Whatever lights I had on the poles, they had lights on poles, like little poles, you know, like these at the beach. The wave collapsed on that pyramid, and you could see the lights just go, you know, shut off, and you could just see darkness. You know, and that was the end of that time frame. You know, then you know, when I think of that, I think of the Great Flood, of when the Nephilim got destroyed. So I've had it before where people tell me uh, when I say certain things, they're like, there was this one man. I think he was practicing something. He looked at me and he told me, "You're an old soul." And he said, "How have you made it this far? You're an old soul. There's no way you should be here." That's what he told me. You know, I don't know. I just follow the Heavenly Father's works. You know, whatever you guys may do, just like what I do here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. But I've seen things, you know, things that have happened in the past, uh, and things that are happening now. I've seen them. The only thing I can do is just maintain my Heavenly Love Foundation, have my faith and believe in Jesus Christ, because in the Heavenly Father, He's the one that's going to protect me and guide me.
That was the best thing I ever learned in my life, Abe. Thank you.
Like the elites and all that, I'm not worried about those people. That's why I gave you the example of what happened to the person on the pyramid that was, you know, I guess he was elite back in the day, right? I'm not worried about the elite because the Heavenly Father are going to handle them accordingly to their actions. To everything they've done, they're going to pay for all that, and they know that. That's why they're going into hiding. But there's no place they can hide from the Heavenly Father. He will find them. Doesn't matter where they're at, He will find them. That's what they don't understand. No, of course they believe in other things. They don't believe in Jesus Christ. They don't believe in the Heavenly Father. But that's okay. They've done a lot of bad things. If they don't pay for it here in the flesh, which still are, they're going to pay for it in the spirit. That's why I'm not worried about the elite or anybody that's affiliated with the elite, because my faith and belief is in Jesus Christ, who my love is, and I know what the Heavenly Father can do. Just like what I seen he could do out there during Operation Desert Storm. I've seen what he can control. But these people think they can control. They just don't know. They're trying to go against the Heavenly Father. They just don't know that's a losing situation. Look at
Right?
throughout history, how many people that try to come against the Heavenly Father and they're not here no more. They're just going to repeat the cycle, right?
Like blaspheme him like right there and got smited instantly. I've seen that on film, man.
That's what I'm trying to say. So why pump somebody up that they're not what they seem that they are? They're just fools.
Is it wrong that every time
Look at
somebody
it.
uses Jesus Christ's
fools.
name as a cuss word that I want to backsmack them, and sometimes I have to refrain from doing that because it bugs me so bad when I hear people use that as a derogatory term that it makes my flesh literally crawl and I hear a lot of people using that more than the F word.
I hear your stories and I understand because I've been in some stories like that. Dreams where it would take me back to my house, in which I haven't been there in a long time. There was one time I went, and it takes me back to time. Back, I'm talking about 20 years ago. It was taking me back to my house where I'm younger, and I'm in the house, and there's something there trying to trap me in the house. It doesn't want to let me go. All the windows are like closed, no door, and the only thing that's standing in it is this. Guess you could call him a kukui. Kukui is his figure. He's tall. He's white. He's got a big nose, pointy nose, and he's got like a hat. And he's telling me that he got me, that I'm trapped, and all this stuff. But then I'm able to go through him because I'm in spirit, right? It's a dream, so I'm able to get out of the house. But he always kept on, like he would take me back to a dream, like if I'm at the house, like I'm there at a younger time, and he's trying to trap me inside the home, and I'm able to escape every single time. I stopped having that dream. I wasn't fearing him anymore, but it's one of those dreams that was a recurring dream. So sometimes when he would try to trap me there, or call upon the Heavenly Father to shine His blue light, heavenly light, and send His angels to guide me out of there. Sometimes I would go there in spirit when my family was in danger because I had some family members still living there. There was when I was in the army, and I would go there in spirit and see what was going on spiritually around the house, and we'll fight you could say, unclean spirits, brujas and brujos, that was trying to cause harm to my brothers and sisters. And I was in Germany, so I was fighting those forces, protecting my brothers and sisters spiritually. The Heavenly Father
I've
gives
heard
us
of
a
other
lot of
people being able to do that.
don't underestimate your spiritual abilities. Don't give the enemy power. Just remember that we're all children of the light. We're children of God. Some people might accept it, some people might not. I'm just telling you that's what we are. And he, everything that I've gone through in my life, is I've learned from it and I've grown from it. That I'm able to send things when people are in danger, whether it's a family member or it's a friend or somebody I might have crossed paths with. I just pray for them. No, but yes, the Heavenly Father show you things, that you might be going through something in the present, and He's got to show you something from the past that you might have already been through that you've forgotten because it happened at a different time frame, right? because the spirit, the Heavenly Father teaches he's the Alpha, the Omega, the beginning, the end. So he's in between also. So he knows the past, the present, and the future. So he can go to the back, to the past to show you something, or you can go to the future to show you something. You know, the thing is, you just gotta understand that your abilities, spiritual abilities, uh, don't down yourself because we're all children of the light, and through a long foundation or spiritual gift discernment are very great, very powerful. I see a lot of things, man. Yeah, so when I hear people say certain things, I just try to keep my mouth, not say too much things because I don't want people to get freaked out, you know. But I see things at a whole, how should I say, a whole different level, man. Just like all the things that are happening right now, I'm not worried about it. I just take it day by day because I know that the Heavenly Father's got everything under control. That's what the elite don't understand, and people that are, they say that they're doing good, but then you see the things that are happening that are wrong. But there is a lot of people right now that are being infiltrated by the unseen forces of the DDN, the Legion. They're being controlled. They're being used because they have the openings of hatred, of anger, of trying to be different, in which they might be living in sin. And there's a lot of that happening right now. A lot of people with spiritual openings. So when you see something, I'm not surprised, because some of these people don't know Jesus Christ like you're talking about, because they didn't teach them anything like that in school, or if they don't, they're telling them he doesn't exist, then they're trying to replace a heavenly love foundation, a relationship with Jesus Christ, with a woke crap, and I'll say it like that, the woke crap, which is fake love, sin of is not even real love, it's sin, because they're going against the commandments. So you're not going to learn nothing from those individuals. It's something uh, you're going to get anchored down with them. If you get affiliated with them, the unclean spirits that are amongst them is going to jump on you and try to hold you back. And I mean, I've seen some of these people where they're out there fighting ICE and all this stuff, and they're putting yourself in a situation. I wish I had that kind of courage to really fight a real war. But they're just doing things they need to be doing. They
Yeah.
said they're fighting for their freedoms and all this stuff. I fought for the freedoms of people, even though there wasn't here in the United States, but I did fight a war. I understand that. And in a real war, you're not gonna go out there, run around in the middle of a freaking war and talking about you helping. You're gonna get shot. You're gonna get killed. And these people that's what they're doing. They're stupid. I'm being honest. They're stupid because they're putting themselves in a situation they don't be in. But that's what happens when you're being bonded. When there's a negative implant planted in you from the school systems, from our society, the government, it's ate up.
Yeah,
That's why
everybody's always
uh,
blapping about some dumb
I say to y'all is maintain your faith and your relationship with Jesus Christ, because He's the only one that can get us through all this. It's through Him, not through people. It's through Him. You gotta have faith and believe. You know, not a lot of people talk that way. I talk that way because I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe in God. I believe in the heavenly angels. I believe in the Holy Spirit. I've seen what they can do. That's why when people say they try to make this people the elite, like they're badasses and all this stuff, the Heavenly Father got something for them. When the time comes, then they will know who the Alpha, the Omega is. So we'll know, and they're going to learn the hard way, just like those before in the past have learned the hard way.
Yeah, there is nothing more beautiful than a child's laughter.
Then those that remain, you know, I know my son, he might not understand where I'm coming from. I'm more sure he listens to videos. Probably gets him pissed off sometimes because that's not what he was taught in the school system, right? Because they were trying to brainwash him. I'm just here to say that, hopefully, I always tell them, if you ever went up in a situation and you're alone and you think everything is failing around you, call upon the Heavenly Father, call upon Jesus Christ to assist you spiritually. If you have to type and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, do that. Call upon him, he will come and assist you. Schools don't teach you that. Don't schools don't talk about God, they don't talk about Jesus Christ, they don't talk about prayer.
Churches don't talk about how to pray right or how to fight spiritually.
And then they got the school mascots, which is a form of idolism. If you think about it, some schools have Browns, like Wildcats or Bearcats or whatever the school mascot is. They got statues of them. That's a form of idolism.
A lot of schools are real big on their athletes. They really have a thing for that.
Well, you think about that. That's kind of like Greek mythology.
Yep.
Olympics. They had competitions like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that all that is something like that, right?
Yeah, they're the popular ones, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I was in sports and stuff, but I never, not like that. I mean, I was mostly in a lot of martial arts. I wrestled for quite a long time. Went to state. I was in soccer. I played baseball for a while. I just know that once I got up to high school, I quit sports. I seen that it's ridiculous, dude. It's such a ridiculous thing that whenever your school cares more about the Friday night football games than what they're teaching the kids, it's amazing. No wonder at the age of 16 I started smoking weed and running around with the wrong crowd. It's just
my dreams, man. Some are they're crazy, man. Not crazy, but they're one of those dreams that is I guess you could say educational. They're showing me I'm being shown something for a reason.
Like a divine dream.
Yeah, it's just like I was shown about that they were going to try like all these things that the doctors are doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
I was already shown this. They were going to try to do this again, like maybe a month ago. So I got to make the right decision of what I want to do. But I was already shown by the Heavenly Father what they were going to try to do.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm always shown things in advance. Just put it that way. Just like sometimes I have to choose. I mean, I'm the type of person that I give people the benefit of the doubt. I don't want to be anybody's enemy because that's not who I am. I'm trying to make a positive change in people's lives, but sometimes people, because you're not fitting their agenda, or because you're not part of their little clique, right? They want to come at you in a negative way. They want to do certain things, but I already know these things ahead of time, so I don't worry about that. I can't control how people are or how people want to be. The only thing I can do is just be me and continue to do what I do here at Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. I don't worry. That's so you don't hear me saying too much about anybody no more, man. I'm getting older. I don't got time to be playing games with anybody.
Yeah, see, I had to get rid of old friends because of that reason too. Like, I don't have any old friends that I talk to. I mean, there are very few that I just recently got in contact with that actually do matter. But I had to get rid of people because they weren't going anywhere. They weren't leveling up. They didn't accept me for being because I changed as a person somewhere along, and they wanted to act like I was the old person that I used to be and not the person that I was now. And I'm like, dude, that's kind of lightweight disrespectful. I'm like, And that's
Yeah.
and I had to unfortunately I stopped talking to them and I didn't give them a notice. Like I just dropped off the face of the earth. But I it's hard to find people. It's just that are like minded, anyways. That know the reality of things. And it's crazy that for me personally, I had to get on the internet and reach out to people that aren't even in the same vicinity as me, that are closer to me than anybody I ever had in my life, because they're actually talking about what matters, and that's Christ. That's
And I got a message right now that I'm seeing, a message for these elite people that they think they can hide in the mountains and under the ground and man-made structures. There's strong enough earthquakes that can happen that can break through that structure. That's all I'm going to say. Strong. You don't mess with the Heavenly Father. You can make anything happen.
I don't want to be underground anyways, because what happens with the stuff underground wants to come up, and those people are underground. They're gonna have to deal with
That's what
that
I'm
stuff.
trying to say. There's
I'm
no way
good.
they can hide that the Heavenly Father ain't going to find them.
Nope.
But anyways, I think we spoke it enough here. Should anybody have any final words? We've been
I
going here for
I
3
appreciate
hours and
I
51
appreciate
minutes.
all you guys, and I love all you guys very much. And thank you for having me on, Abe.
No
Yeah,
problem, brother.
I've noticed, Abe, you've been really exhausted lately. Just take care of yourself. I pray for you
Yeah,
all.
yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm just hanging in there, man.
I know, but
Whatever that pill that they gave me, man, it's helped me because I was looking down, but I wasn't falling asleep. I was looking at this
yeah.
And
because I like playing the online games. But tonight I've been doing pretty good. I took that pill earlier, and I was wide awake. But yeah, yeah, I do need to get me some rest. I want to thank everybody that was here on the panel. Shadow, Andres, Sister Brenda, what's his
Jesse,
name?
Amber Trade
Brother.
issues.
Yeah, man. What's the boy's name that was here earlier with a wolf?
Scott.
Oh man, I can't remember the name of Scott, Brother Scott.
Scott Baker, dude.
Scott Baker. Yeah. We talked about all kinds of things. Yeah, that's why live. If people know, right, when we're talking about those worms when their body dies and we get buried, what happens? Part of the decompose when the body decomposes, what happens? Worms.
Maggots.
But yeah, the only thing I can say is maintain your heavenly love foundation, brothers and sisters, because the Heavenly Father is one that can guide us into the heavenly kingdom. We all have to go through Him to make it into the heavenly kingdom.
All right. Well, this is my final words to you, Shadow Wolf. It was nice being on the panel with you guys. Thanks everybody for listening to me, even if I was starting a bit. Thank you for letting me on. Thank you for sharing,
No
and thank
problem, brother.
you for sharing your own experiences, especially with you, Shadow Wolf. I know other people dream of Dream World, but I didn't think you were one of them. And
I enjoy us three. It's a good time.
Oh man, I have them. It's a daily thing for me, brother. That's why sometimes I don't like going to sleep
Yeah.
because sometimes this unseen forces what they can do while I'm awake. They try to attack while I'm asleep. So
I,
yeah, they try
I
to make
understand now.
they try to come at me hard while I'm asleep.
I get maybe 42 hours sleep a night. Um, Sometimes I'll get a day or two out of the week. I can sleep for uh, 6 to 7 hours if I'm lucky. or if I want. Today was one of those days. I've been feeling not too well. Just this weather has got everybody all messed up, and
Yeah.
Yep.
I
I
got a
know
lot of
you're
stuff
seeing the
weighing on my
ice.
heart.
There was like little rubber things. There wasn't even ice in the ice. I know it happened here in Texas because we found some in the ice. Like I guess what do you call that when they drop stuff in the sky?
Is it like clear? Is it clear? Almost kind of like
Rubbery,
yeah. Oh,
little rubbery. Maybe it was a little nano things or whatever, but it was in the snow.
oh my
And I
god.
was grabbing it. I'm like, man, what is this? Maybe that's the thing that Sister Brenda was talking about.
Well, Dick was saying something about he was burning the snow and the snow was catching on fire. I want to go out and try that since we got 3 foot of that stuff.
It was like little rubbery things, it had like real small. And I'm like, man, what is this? This is not snow. It was the color white, but it was like it wasn't snow.
All right. Well, again,
It's
thank you
crazy, man.
for being in the chat. Thank you, Abe. Thank you, Lawrence.
All
Both of
right,
you guys.
you
Everybody
guys,
else.
Well,
you guys have a good night. Hey, we should all pray before we get off here. Actually, just close out before we get out of here, just in case.
you want to lead the prayer? Go ahead. You want to lead the prayer, brother?
Father God, I thank you for today, and Lord, I'm so thankful that you send people like Abe and people like Andres and Brenda and everybody else who has uh, a lot of knowledge and a lot of good things, and um, who know the value of having a love foundation and a care in their heart for more than just themselves, but other people. And Lord, I think that you give us this panel and this time, even though it's late. And I know we're all tired, and I'm like really slow right now because I'm tired and I'm trying to stay awake. I thank you that we can come together in secret in our secret place to come and fellowship with you, Lord. And this is my church. It's the only place really that I feel comfortable to call having church. And I know where 2 or more are gathered. That's exactly what that is. And Lord, this has your handiwork all over it. And when I don't have anything else to say but how thankful I am, and I just am grateful. And this will never be taken for granted. I don't know how I could, or if anybody could. That's very foolish upon them, Lord. But just allow us to reach out to more people, and Lord, just touch Brother Abe and keep your hand on him so he can help more that come his way that need their eyes to be open to the things of this world. I know I was one of them for sure, Lord, and I know even though I've known you my whole life, I just didn't know I had the power I had, and it was because of Abe that I do. And Lord, I thank you for sending all these people my way. It has been quite a blessing. In Jesus' name, I do pray. Amen.
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 Sorry if that was a little shaky.
That's
That's
fine,
fine.
brother.
My motor is running dry. I shoveled a lot of snow the past couple of days just to help some people out, make a little bit of money, just on something to do. And I kind of like went overboard trying to help people get their cars out just to do it. I like really am feeling it. And I had, whew. But this is definitely medicine for my soul. Thank you very much, guys. Y'all have a good night.
Good night, brother, and God
Good night.
bless you.
God bless.
All right. Good night, Abe. Thank you for your service. I'm logging off
Good
now.
night, brother.
Take care. Okay, stay warm too, man.
Yes, sir. I hope you all like the show tonight, brothers and sisters. For the people that came forward to jump on the show, uh, you know, I like when people jump on and share what they have to share, and I just sit here and listen, and I can relate to everything that everybody was saying throughout different stages of my life. I've seen things, I've been through things, but it makes me who I am right now as a person, in which I know that everybody has to grow spiritually, and you know, there's others that I always held that were before me here on this earth that I held on a high pedestal that have guided me spiritually. For example, my cousin Victor that passed away during the COVID, he was very spiritually blessed, and he guided me spiritually, not just physically, but spiritually in spirit after he crossed over. I had a spiritual encounter with him in spirit. So, there is another a spiritual afterlife in which sometimes people are blessed to become guardian angels or angels. There is angels, that's where our destination is as children of the light to make it back into the kingdom of heaven. But I know it's a hard task uh, with so much sin and so much corruption and so many evil things. The only thing I can say to you is have the relationship with the Heavenly Father, with Jesus Christ. He just wants you to have that relationship with Him so He can guide you spiritually. Like you told me one time, how do you expect, tell your brothers and sisters, how do you expect me to help them if they don't open up their hearts or their ears, which the heart is the door and the ears is your senses. You got to open up in order for Him to be able to to guide you, speak to you, bless you, heal you. You know, got to have the relationship with Him, accept Him as your Lord and Savior, so He can guide you spiritually. And that's what society don't want. They don't want people to know this. So if people don't know this, then the unseen forces or unclean forces that they're working with, that they're affiliated with, they have the upper hand on the people that are being deceived, that are being blinded, that don't know the truth. I just hear that God loves you, loves every single one of us, man. I'm telling you, He loves us. He will not forsake us. That's why you have to have that relationship with Him so He can assist us whenever we're going through something. And saying that, brothers and sisters, I will call it a night now. Thank you, everybody that tuned in. Tomorrow will be, I guess, Werewolf, Skinwalker, Shapeshifter, Wednesday. Cousin Jesse's for every day of the night. You're more than welcome to come on if you got nothing to do. That's what we'll be having on later tonight. Good night, everybody. This is Brother Ipsias. Starcy is signing off for Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Love, light, and blessings to you and your families. Peace out, everybody.